gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
You out there. Hey, you out there. YouTube, what's happening? Gas Masks and Hand Grenades here. I am your host, Jeff. And we were just chatting backstage, but it's been about, we think, around 3 years since this fine young group of cannibals right here has assembled to dig in and deep dive a band. And interestingly, we were gonna try to do this about 6 or 7 months ago. And we had some things happened, and we just couldn't make it happen. Just kind of goes to show you how time does not stand still. Do you get it? Time does not stand still. Do you get it, guys?
On the Iron Hill? It's a Blind Guardian. That's a Blind Guardian reference.
Hang on. What you're doing. Time Does Not Stand Still is a reference to Rush. What favorite band of Jeff's? Rush. There you go.
It's Rush.
Although it's actually Time Stands Still. But yeah, man. So it's been a long time. We've got Mr. Kellen from Killing for Company. He even came equipped with the cool ass battle vest. You got an Ulcerate shirt on? I think you do, right? No.
No, this is
Chasm.
This is my Chasm shirt. Yeah.
Oh man, I got to get one of them, man. It's not like it's like I only own like 500 concert shirts. It's like I need one more, of course. You know.
Yeah.
Going to see Funeral tomorrow night, by the way, guys, in Philly. Their only U.S. show until next May, when they do MDF. And I'm going to buy a shirt. Like, why wouldn't I, right? You know, even though I could wear a shirt for every day for the next year and a half and probably never repeat myself. So this guy over here, the bearded one, the heavily bearded one, because we all have beards, but Mr. Kellen, Mr. Logan.
Call me whatever. It's all good.
From Further Opening the Next Beer. That's very true, actually. That's pretty... He nailed that one. So, no, he's from Beer and Metal Snob. And actually, these two guys, you can see them every Wednesday, or most Wednesdays. Not every, but most Wednesdays. Over on the Heavy Metallurgy, I can't say that word, Heavy Metallurgy channel. This guy down here, the comment down there, is in the house. Mr. Marty's here. So, guys, what are we here to talk about? Logan, who are we here to talk about?
Probably one of the most forward-thinking death metal bands of the past, current millennia, I guess.
20 years?
Past
20 years,
yeah, easily 20 years. Ulcerate and their contribution to death metal and progressive metal and everything in between. 7 albums to cover and a little extra stuff, too.
Marty's telling me to sound out the stuff. Ulcerate. Actually, I think the demo came out in 2000, right? Kellen, if I'm not wrong, the first one?
Yeah.
03?
Yeah, like the first demo stuff. I think they formed in 2000.
In 2000, yeah. That's what it was. Yep. In fact, yep. Michael Hoggard and drummer Jamie St. Marat formed the band in 2000. They've released 7 studio albums to date. The band have been featured in numerous articles as one of New Zealand's most prominent extreme metal acts toward the world widely. Compare favorably to Neurosis and Gorguts. You're going to hear those two band names quite a bit, I fear, tonight, at least from this kid. The band's sound has been described as nauseating, disorientating, gleefully disharmonic, and is characterized by extremely technical death metal with extensive use of dissonance, time signature changes, and complex song structures. So we'll go to the sidebar thing instead of the big thing when we talk about the albums. But before we get to that, where and when, and we'll start with Logan because he's the junior member here. Sorry, dude. I'm the senior member. You're the junior member. And Kellen's the meat in... Oh, wait, not the meat in between us. But you know what I'm saying. I didn't mean it that way, of course.
He makes a sandwich, yeah.
He makes a sandwich. That's right. Where, when, and how did you come upon the Aussie? I always want to call them Aussies because they're not, but
They're Kiwi.
they're Australasia, so they're Kiwis. So yeah, the Kiwis. When did you come across
The Kiwis. Honestly, it was pretty early on in the whole metal and especially extreme metal journey for me. It was back in 2011.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like 2011 was my big extreme metal discovery year, where I was like getting into probably the more basic stuff, like finally hearing full albums by Amon Amarth, Cannibal Corpse, The Black Dahlia Murder. That was kind of my big bands right there. And then, I see this album being hyped, The Destroyers of All by Ulcerate. And people are like calling it all kinds of exciting terms and, saying that it's changing how death metal can sound and feel. And, they're being like, it's post-death, it's atmospheric death metal, all these, different taglines that I've never heard of before. And yeah, that's going to get my attention no matter what age. And believe me, diving into it, I was in over my head, right out the gate. It was way too much, especially that album. It's very cold and a little more obtuse and impenetrable than some of their other stuff. And I definitely checked it out a couple times over the course of that year and was like, man, I like parts of this, but yeah, this is a lot for me to take in. And didn't end up clicking with it at the time, but Ulcerate was tagged as a band to keep an eye on. And sure enough, we go down the line and I run across a copy of Everything is Fire in the used bin, and boom, I'm checking out all the new albums after that. And sure enough, I returned to the Destroyers of All, and it kind of clicks. So that was kind of the impetus, but it was definitely not immediate. It was a journey.
2011. How, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Are you a teenager?
Yeah, I was 17 at that point. So I was
right.
Yeah, breaking in the tunes, with the driver's license as well. Which what a time to be alive, right?
Hey man, what a time!
You're learning how to drive. Yeah. You're blaring your music at obnoxious levels, and
especially Ulcerate when you're pulling into the driveway. You're pulling in the driveway of the parents' house in your Z28, your 78 Z28 with the Alpine cranked with Ulcerate. You are living large, my friend.
That's an image right there. Honda Accord for me, but it still worked.
Honda Accord. Man, you didn't have to blow it for us. We had that good image going for you there. You should just went in love with it. Hey, before I jump to you, Kellen, I wanted to mention this because I'll forget otherwise. I want to thank Mr. Robert. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Mr. Robert Lowe. I'm used to calling him Rob Lowe instead of Robert Lowe. I just blanked completely there. He and his wife Nita sent me this killer Disciples of Doom coffee mug as a thank you for me doing the interview with him. Which, if you didn't check that out, you should go check it out. It's a great interview. Rob's a really cool guy, man. Really cool. He's got a lot of stuff going on, and we do address the we tiptoe around the his departure from Solitude Aeterna. So, anyways. Kellen, what's your story with Ulcerate? I sense you got in around the same time, but you came in early, maybe a little earlier, maybe.
Yeah, so I mean, you definitely beat me out on the mug story. I just have one that has a bunch of dolphins saying "fuck" on it. So
that's right. Well, that's pretty cool. Actually, that's pretty cool.
Let me see. So for me, I got to Ulcerate from a very different time period and a very different band. So I'll kind of take a longer route in my story. I first heard of them because of CDs like this. So this is Visceral Bleeding, Swedish band. This is another Swedish one, Spawn of Possession, Tamulant, and Prostitute Disfigurement. So for anyone who's trying to figure out, yes, they're all tech death records, and more importantly, they're on Neurotic Records. So that was a label from the Netherlands that was putting out a bunch of kind of brutal tech death stuff that was popular in the early 2000s. That really informed my entrance into death metal. So bands that were really informed by the likes of Suffocation and Cryptopsy and Deeds of Flesh. That is what I was kind of into at the time. It was a big part of death metal, and it was very much, we'll get into this later, but a Fracture and Failure. So
Okay. You were at the
that's
beginning.
the connection, right? So Neurotic Records, I'm paying attention to that label, and their first full length comes out on that label. And as we'll kind of get into tonight, it's very much what the band sounded like to start off with.
Yeah, and it's a different sound than they've ended up.
Right.
Quite a bit.
So
different.
obviously, as we go through the discography, we'll talk about sort of the change in trajectory for the band and the sounds, how they evolved. But
what year was this? What year did that come out? Off top of my head?
2007.
So okay, so you're in pretty early, man. You're in the game
Yeah.
pretty early.
Yeah, and so after that, this is still, I guess, it's a time period. I don't know when MP3 downloads finished up and like the torrent world sort of consumed that spot in terms of digital downloads, but I got a hold of their demo material later on. I'll show that off here just briefly, but this is a compilation that was released a few years earlier, The Coming Genocide. So I got a physical copy of this.
Where'd you get that at?
I mean, this is a collector back in the eBay days.
Kind of hard to find. I mean, you can find it, but it's kind of pricey usually when I see it around. And
I'm
not going to drop 30 on it.
Once their later records came around and I really latched on to this band, I wanted to go back and make sure I got everything in their collection just as a collector scum sort of deal. But I think it is really interesting, going over this discography book in preparation for tonight, listening to the demo material and that first record, just because it feels like a world away where the band is. So, but that's kind of my introduction to this band. Is I was exposed to them as a sort of a brutal tech project in the early to mid aughts, and
you're in your early 20s at this point, roughly.
Yeah. So in 2007, I was 23.
There you go. Yeah. So, yeah, that's cool. I mean, my experience is I came to them from an artist that I really highly respect, who's a friend, that was talking about them, and I'd never heard of this band, and talking about Luke LeMay from Gorguts. I came to Gorguts kind of late. I didn't really know about Gorguts until Colored Sands. I know, terrible, tisk tisk. I'd heard the name, but I just never had checked them out, and I got Colored Sand. I think that was 2013, I believe that came out. And I was just fucking floored by it. I was like, whoa, this is the most killer shit ever. Went backwards. You get back to Consider Dead. It's basically a Florida death metal album for the most part. So, it's a Tampa influence more sound thing. But, in between there are 3 albums two in particular, but really all 3, that I think laid a lot of groundwork for where Ulcerate come from. A lot of groundwork from where they come from. So we said, when I read that little intro piece about the Gorguts Neurosis connection, you can't deny it. It's there. And they wouldn't deny it. I've spoke to both Jamie and Paul, and I spoke to them all, but last November when I saw them 2 different days, and we talked about that, and they're like, oh yeah, they're huge influences on us. But do they sound like them? No, not in specific, and we'll get into that as we get into these albums. But I saw an interview with Luke, I want to say circa 2013-ish, somewhere around there, where he was talking about what he was really into at the time. And it really grabbed my attention because he said Porcupine Tree. And you guys know that's one of my other, my
Sure.
Steven Wilson. I have to mention Steven Wilson it's contractually, I have to do it. I have to mention Steven Wilson
So
every
we got
week.
Rush, we got Steven Wilson.
Those are the 2 things. Porcupine Tree, there we go. We got all of them out, the contractual obligations out of the way. But I was like, oh, Luke's into Porcupine Tree? What the fuck? Okay, that's cool. Love that. And then I see this Ulcerate Vermis album that he mentions. I'm like, all right, I got to go check this out. And I got to be honest with you, man. When I first spun, I was like, what? Like, what the hell was that? because you can't deny a lot of the obscura-ish tendencies or leanings with the angular dissonant. Here we go. These are the words you're going to hear: crushing, omnipotent sound that they were putting out there. But I wasn't quite on board yet, so I didn't pick anything up until 2020 when Stare Into Death and Be Still came out. That's when I actually went and kind of rechecked them out again, because I checked Vermis out and I just wasn't ready for it. I wasn't there. I was where Marty was. I wasn't intellectually ready for that, okay? As he said. So he's not smart enough to own more than one Ulcerate album. That's what he said. So I'm just agreeing with him. I just wasn't there. And I when Stare came out, I checked it out on probably Bandcamp, I think, or something like that. Bandcamp was around way back then, right?
Yeah. Like Bandcamp's been around early 2010s.
Okay, so that just shows
aughts.
That just shows you how old I am and how out of touch I am. So, so that album like floored me. I was like, okay, wait a minute, I'm kind of missing something. Yeah, you got Rush is my Halloween. You're right, Marty. Rush and Steve Wilson are my Halloweens, because I mean, if Steve ever watched my channel, which I know he doesn't, thank God, but if he did, he'd be like, this guy must have a little bit of a homoerotic thing for me or something. There's something weird about this, you know.
Where's the shrine? Yeah.
The shrine. Well, I can't show you that side of the bedroom, sorry. But yeah, so when I grabbed Stare, that's when I was like, okay, I gotta go back and start accumulating. And I'm gonna say this. In fact, I think I was gonna say this to the end, but I think I want to throw this out there because it might really spark some conversation as we get into these albums. I don't know. I know, Logan, I think you and I had talked a little bit, and you said you struggled at times with how to put into words talking about these albums. Kellen, you never have problems with words, so I don't know if that's going to be your problem either, but you're always very good. You're such a loquacious intellectual guy. But the bottom line is I was struggling. There was a feeling I had about this music and all these albums, but I just kept trying to put it into words. And I feel like I'm a pretty wordy guy. I know. There's jokes in there. I know. But I think I usually can write up pretty good shit about stuff, but I'm struggling with this. And so I use Rate Your Music a lot. I go on to just read other people's reviews just to get my creative juices in my head kind of flowing. And I found exactly what I wanted to write, but it wasn't written by me. So I want to read this, and that's where we'll start getting into the albums here, okay? This was written by a guy called Nemo Lockhart, Nemo Lockhert. And this is what I say. I think he said exactly what I've been trying to put into words about these albums. We all have memories we bury deep under strata of guilt or shame or deep longing pain. Slithering beneath the tower of rotting subconscious is a serpent we dread facing. For as true as the venom of a real beast, a bite from our coiling, tormented past will surely and slowly kill us if we let it fester. Artists since the dawn of time have tried to capture this beast in various forms, ranging from poems to stories and, of course, through music. Ulcerate managed to snare it here, all of its ugliness and all of its glory. I don't think I've ever come across an album as desolated as this. He's talking about this one here. What's called
Destroyers of All.
Destroyers of All. Yeah. It took me a long time to learn how to appreciate and how to listen to Ulcerate. In my review of Stare Into Death and Be Still, I said my only gripe about their music is it's not particularly memorable. And that is a very true statement. I feel very strongly about that. And whilst I still stand by this, what I said, my perception of what is considered memorable has shifted. Like the beast mentioned above, some things are meant to be memorable. Like the beast mentioned above, some things aren't meant to be memorable. They are meant to be experienced in the moment. Very fucking cogent point right there. Like traumas, which we bring forth every now and then, we face them, We reckon to reconcile with our past and to learn and grow and heal. We don't dwell into our traumas and let it consume us. Well, I have a little bit of a problem with that. That's not me. I dwell all the time, but that's another story. We process and feel them when we need to. And once I understood that, Ulcerate clicked with me. Oh, he was talking about Shrines of Paralysis. My bad. Shrines of Paralysis, like other Ulcerate releases, aren't really memorable. But man, every time I put it on, it absolutely destroys me. This album sounds like a snapshot of a memory we aren't meant to see. It's horrifying, traumatizing, and it's private. These horrors, from whichever hell they crawl out of, are for the owner and the owner alone. But as human beings, we can't help but sympathize with people and empathize with people. We can't help but wanting to know the hardships our fellow humans are going through. And sometimes because of this innate quality, we are trespassed. We can observe, but we aren't meant to take the horror with us. Fucking amazing writing here, I'm telling you. And thus, when this album ends, its pain is its own. This is how I really felt and feel about Ulcerate. It'll be interesting to see how you guys, after hearing that so concisely brought everything into focus for me about why I was struggling. And every song, I'm like, well, it's dissonant and it's angular and it's crushing and it's so goddamn heavy and the blasts and the blah, I was like, but what? Why is it when I get to the end, I can't really remember a lot of memorable hooks? Well, there aren't any real hooks, I don't think. Very few, anyways. I've got a few mentioned in here, but there really aren't. This isn't music about hooks. This isn't Ghost or even Mastodon, which, by the way, the new Mastodon kicks ass. Can't wait to go see him in a couple weeks. Just this is very, in a lot of ways, this is very personal music. And I said to Logan, the one thing that really, really helped me kind of coalesce how I feel about this band is when I saw them live, man, it just fucking opened up a portal into some kind of third eye experience, because it was like I was witnessing something that was the whole was much greater than the parts. Even though I'm listening to these crazy, dissonant, difficult riffs that I don't think I could ever play, and this fucking drummer who is, quite frankly, in my opinion, he might very well be the greatest, best drummer in metal, period, presently. He is unbelievably god tier player. And a really nice guy, by the way, to boot. Very soft-spoken, very nice guy. That's it. I don't know, man. It really, when I saw them in 23, I was still kind of like, yeah, why don't I want to replay this after I play it? I think I know why now. I think it's because it's such an intense, visceral, assaultive, but yet contemplative style of music that really is kind of almost unique to them, although they've stolen from Neurosis and borrowed, let's say borrowed, not stolen, borrowed from Neurosis and borrowed from Gorguts. That's kind of where I this guy just nailed it for me. So I don't know. Do we want to speak about that first before we get into the albums?
Sure. I mean, it's well written for sure. Like, that guy does hit the nail on the head with, it's music of the moment. Like, you want to be immersed in it, and like, it's almost a futile experience trying to be there and listening to this music, and then like, oh, quick, I gotta write down this. What does this sound like? By the time you're like collecting your thoughts and trying to figure out how to articulate, that riff you just heard, we're like four riffs down the line, and the song is completely changed. We're now in a quiet, dynamic part, and it's shifted, and the tug and pull of the music is different, and then you start to kind of lose that tie and connection to the album. And believe me, what he was talking about and what you were talking about, Jeff, is why there's some albums that we'll discuss tonight where I will admit I just don't know if I can get into it. Like, I have a tough time wrapping my head around it and being kind of in that moment, because there's so much out there in the world distracting you and pulling you away from fully immersing yourself. And Ulcerate is a band where, to succeed at a listening experience, I think you need to be fully immersed, like visually, just honestly, all of your senses. You need to be like honed in on the music. And
Yeah, you got to put the phone down. You got to kind of disconnect and dive in and just get your head all the way in.
even like the inner thoughts that can distract you, with all kinds of bullshit. If that's a little loud, you almost need to be meditative to like really focus on, what the music is doing and how it's ebbing and flowing around you. And I know you've hinted that, this is like a band of the mind, but like for me, when I end up connecting with this band, I feel like it's more of an emotional like connection. Like there's a bit of tugs at the heartstrings in a way. Like it's dark, it's visceral, and really apocalyptic, but it summons up like an emotional feeling about, humanity, where we're going, what we're doing, our relationship with the earth, everything in around us, and how we're all experiencing it. And I think if it was just technical and just me trying to process it up here, I wouldn't have the same connection to some of these albums that we're about to talk about. And it's when I lose that connection, that's when an album ends up being one that I can't click with. And we'll get to that with a couple of these coming up. But it's successful when these albums are successful when you are captured in the moment, and then the sheer impact of being there, sticks with you. So it's like you don't necessarily remember the exact riffs, but you know how you felt when you heard, the first minute of Stare into Death and Be Still or something like that.
Yeah, real quick on this Portal comment by Marty. I mean, they get kind of compared to Portal sometimes. Ulcerate does. Where I think there's a vast difference for me is that Portal, I've listened to Vexavoid and I've listened to Glummer Funnel and man, it just doesn't do much for me at all. It's so fucking dense and so it that is true cacophony. The only song I ever got into them was the one with I forget the name of it, the one with the puppet master doing the
Curtain,
thing.
right? Isn't that
Curtain? Yeah, which is probably their most accessible song. It's they're just not a band, and I tried. I just don't get them. I don't want to get them. I think Ulcerate very differently has melody. Okay, has a good bit of melody in their music, but it's very convoluted and kind of ever shifting. The melodies, while they do repeat, they often have added bars of something else underneath or winding in throughout. It's a very serpentine, spidery sort of sound that they have going on with everything. So, Kellen, what's your thoughts on what I started with?
Yeah, I think the first, I guess, overarching thing I would say is it's definitely a band, especially later on in their catalog, that seems to be willing to trade literacy for immersion. So how legible you recognize them as a death metal band is less important to them relative to whether the listener completely sort of immerse themselves within their music. I think they've talked about that explicitly as sort of a North Star in terms of the experience they're chasing.
Yeah.
And I will get there also, because I do think this, going into this project tonight, really did force me to, I guess, delve a little bit into very specific sort of, I don't want to say like music theory terms, but talking about this band and how it's constructed, how they are tracked, the loops that they play with. All those things are really important to how you understand their sound.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to get there because the band, when it moves from a 5-piece to a 3-piece, it dramatically alters not only how they approach their sort of the songwriting, but there's a synergy that arrives. Like there's this world that's happening to me. Both you've already talked about sort of where they're coming from in death metal. Immolation is a major inspiration.
Another big. Those are the three bands. Immolation. I forgot to mention.
Yep. Jamie talked about the drumming from the two drummers that early on share the first two Immolation releases. But Vigna's guitar work is like one of the first sort of figures within death metal that was playing with sort of this off-kilter way of approaching guitar work.
Yep.
And I think there's a direct through line from the early immolation sort of records into what happens later on with a lot of this music that's happening within death metal in the late aughts. They're a part of a scene in Australia and New Zealand. That part of the world is kind of producing of a lot of bands like this. Portal's already been mentioned, but there are other bands of this ilk that are kind of. England also had a scene. Canada had a scene where they're very non-traditional, extreme. Mitochondria comes to mind.
Yeah.
So, Grave Upheaval is another one. Like this aughts time period within extreme metal is kind of strange. And then I think you also have, the post metal stuff that you've already talked about with Neurosis. I think, and a really important one for me is the French black metal scene. So, I mean, I know they're signed to Deborah Morty, but I don't think you get to this world without the likes of these records. So
Yes, they're both prominent influences.
I really think they also inform in terms of like the textual component with melody. That is important to take into consideration. Mike Hogarth, who's the guitarist, does not do a lot of interviews, and he seems like a very reserved person. But his guitar technique and sort of textural component, like we're going to get into themes like counterpoint tonight. I mean, I'm hoping to lean on you a little bit, Jeff, given the fact that you are a guitarist and you probably got a chance to look at all of his sort of pedals and looping.
We're going to see him. I'm going to pull the pictures up. I have pictures of him. Yeah, it's crazy. His fucking pedal board is crazy, man. I was trying to wrap my head around it. He was very cool to me. We even talked about doing an interview. I just haven't reached out to him. So,
but like so you're probably on every one of these songs. I think they're using techniques that probably came around within death metal earlier. But man, for me, and I've seen interviews when Jamie's talked about this, like they're not shy about mentioning sort of fusion artists as also being an inspiration.
Yep.
And obviously that is noticeable with his kind of approach to drumming.
Oh God.
But there's a lot of like jazz fusion approach there. But I also think their melodic phrasing that gets used as being sort of impenetrable, or this phrase that gets thrown around as dissonant, I think is less one that maybe in terms of meets the definition in terms of textbook dissonance, but has to do with how they are tracking these variety, like 3 or 4 different guitar lines.
4.
Yeah.
Usually. 4.
And like this, right, which is a term I think is called polyphony, which you have various melodic guitar like lines that are happening simultaneously that are pulling in opposing directions.
Exactly.
So they don't meet sort of the fundamental chord, but they're still potentially playing within the same sort of scale. So how much they meet in harmony.
But there's a lot of disharmony though. That's the thing. There's a lot, and that's the dissonant part is there's harmony, but there's disharmony where you have counterpoint.
Right. So it's the way they're deliberately choosing to sort of push and pull in their sound, I think, is why it's difficult for us to lump them in as something as melodic, right? Because we hear melodic and you think like In Flames within death metal or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that, right?
Yep.
So it's a really interesting approach, and I want to mention that because for a lot of the bands like a Portal or other bands of this world, where it's kind of like they're challenging the most intense music of the time that's trying to be like, here's one. I don't know. This is Antaeus, Cut Your Flesh and Worship Satan. Came around in 2000, early French, like kind of extreme black metal. But this was like combining industrial elements and stuff like that. It was super grating to listen to. I don't think that's Ulcerate's mission, right? I hear them as trying to do something different altogether in terms of approaching melody on their song. So we'll kind of get through the influences. I do want to talk about, as we go through the discography, the changes in terms of how they're recording, the techniques they're using, and how that alters the sound, and sort of going forward, why that's sort of important to take into consideration.
Which we should mention real quick. Jamie does pretty much all of the recording, engineering, mixing, mastering, artwork too. Yeah, he's a fucking a whirlwind of, and he's a very important figure in the Kiwi metal scene apparently. That it's, and you mentioned something about, I saw an interview with him today that I watched where he talked about the fact that the two things that he won't compromise on is, he was talking about making a living from Ulcerate. He said, look, mate, we don't make a living from this. We couldn't make a living from this. And the only way that we could make a living from this is if we toured relentlessly. And I feel lucky that I got to see him in 25 and 23, quite frankly, because that's a band. They're on the other side of the world, essentially, and they don't have a fuck ton of money to be traveling and passports and all that stuff. But he said the two things we will not compromise on are, touring relentlessly. And the other thing is, in order to tour relentlessly, we would have to change our sound, and that will never happen. So you were talking about that stuff.
Yeah. I there's a cool thing about the band is, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but like they are committed to a certain level of I don't want to say like challenging music. But I think to your point in terms of your quote regarding how memorable it is, I do find that to Logan's point, like this is something that for the listener, they want you to be emotionally involved in it. How well you can sort of track specific sort of phrasing is less important to them. I think is that they do have the listeners completely invested in their content. And the last thing is like, I do think they're a band that's also attempting to say something within death metal.
100%.
Which is probably sort of challenging or sounds pretentious to fans who maybe are like a little bit more traditionalist when it comes of this approach to this music. They hear that as sort of a something that exists outside of death metal in a lot of ways, but I do think they've been pretty explicit about, we want to write different lyrics, we want to have different artwork, we want to have a sound and altogether an identity that isn't the most traditional, and we're willing to push those boundaries. So I guess over the years, I've come to like internalize some parts of these moments on these records, but it is for sure not the most easy music to delve into, especially for the uninitiated.
Yeah, and again, like I said, like that guy wrote, I was struggling to figure out how to like put a lot of this into words, and it really struck me what he said about some things aren't meant to stick permanently, because if they are, they scar even further. You mentioned the lyrics. Once Paul kind of took over doing the lyrics, they really became a very predominantly commentaries on man's destruction, man's place in the universe, man's place in the constructs of the physical world that we know, and how destructive we are, and how arrogant we are, and how how centristic we are about our experience. You know what I mean? I'm not going to lie to you and say that I read every lyric. I mean, Kellen, I'm going to guess you probably have read most of them. Logan, maybe you have. I haven't. I mean, unfortunately, the older I get, the harder it gets for me to get beyond "Baby, I Love Your Way." You know what I mean? Just saying. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But or "Time Stands Still" or "Time Doesn't Stand Still." But it is. These are heady concepts that they're putting out there, and there's a lot of deep messaging going on with their lyrics. They're not about chicks and cars and cocaines and touring and love, and these are about deeper, darker, destructive emotions and how to channel those. You know what I mean? Any commentary on that quick before we start?
No, I mean, I think you're on point in terms of where they're going, and I think it's just funny, right? Like the band, to me, Ulcerate, if you in terms of the term, is like a vestige of their brutal beginning, right? It doesn't sound like this in a band that's talking about ulcers. Doesn't work for a heavy sort of uh, deep sort of investigation in terms of these philosophical concepts. It's like for me, they start, which is in a very well codified brutal tech world,
Yes.
and then get kind of pulled in this other direction, and they keep the band. So it's just a thing to mention is like they didn't start off this way.
No, they didn't.
And they made a change in terms of how they wanted to sound and the band they kind of wanted to be. So every time I think about the band name, it's like this doesn't really fit, but here we are 20 years later, and they're still kind of doing something important. So
yeah, it's interesting to note that that the actual term ulcerated is means affected by an open, painful sore, break in the skin or the lining of an internal organ, which immediately would put you in the mindset of, oh, it's like Cannibal Corpse, or it's like abraded, or any of these other millions of death metal bands.
Sure. Opening up for prostitute disfigurement. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you're right. It's like
exactly
that world, right?
Right, exactly. So, but they very quickly morphed through that.
Yeah.
In terms of that. So, all right, well, how about you start for us, Kellen? And we're going to start with The Coming of Genocide, which is the combo of the Ulcerate demo from 2003 and The Coming of Genocide, which was 2004, I believe. Or I chopped that. I put 200, so I think it's 2003 or 5. So we should say that the original configuration of the band in 2000 was Jamie on drums, Mike on guitar, Mark Sini on bass, Jared Kummerer on guitars, and James Wallace on vocals. After we get through that, by 2006, Sini leaves the band. Paul Kellen joins on bass. Wallace leaves in 2006. Ben Reed fills in the vacancy, and Kummerer leaves and replaced by Mike Rothwell. So all this is going on. There's a lot of interplay of changing dynamics of members. They're a 5-piece most of the time, and then they ultimately become a 3-piece very shortly. So go ahead and jump into this then.
Yeah, I guess my overarching sort of experience listening to this again is for a demo, these are incredibly competent musicians.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like they do not seem like they are messing around, or they are not sort of self-possessed as individuals. So everything here is performed incredibly well. And I think around this time period, you probably, if you were going to get signed to a label, you couldn't just be, casual or lackadaisical about your sort of musicianship if you wanted to be in a band like this. It's everything, though, just sounds completely foreign in terms of the band that I've grown to appreciate, over the past, I guess, 16 years. But super brutal stuff. Vocals are a little bit more like do the high and low thing. It's not in terms of the pacing of the songs, they're much more sort of well-defined death metal sort of pieces and riffs. So if you're brand new to this, you've never heard what this band sounded like prior to their years at Willowtip, it's going to be definitely shocking.
Yep.
And so it's difficult for me to kind of talk about this without sort of giving or bringing to light their later material. But for a demo, early work for this band, like you could tell there's tons of talent here. But I end up feeling like it's not nearly as remarkable as what's coming. So all the time I'm listening to this, looking for sort of what are the glimpses as to where this band is eventually going to go. Where can I hear like the guitar sort of insights? Obviously, Jamie's an incredibly talented drummer, but I think what makes him special is difficult to hear within this kind of brutal tech.
100%.
So, while incredibly proficient musicians, I don't think this is something that would ultimately sort of catapult them to the status if they had continued in this style.
Agree with you completely. 100%. Yeah. Um, is it starkly different? I don't know. It's still metal. It's still brutal, but it's way more in the wheelhouse of brutal death metal. You hear, especially the drumming. The drumming is very on the grid as opposed to what he does now. Because one of the things that I think Jamie is so unbelievably, I mean, I just kept watching him thinking, man, how many fucking arms does this dude have? Like, does he have like an extra?
He's an octopus.
He's an octopus, and his symbol work is fucking insane, man.
The
He just does
precision.
stuff with symbols that are, I just don't think most other, maybe Terry Bozzio or a fusion drummer would do that. That's like Simon Phillips or something like that would do that, right? Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, well, I'll jump into it, and Logan, I'll hit you first next time around. We'll switch it up. Yeah, I had never heard this. I had just never gone back and checked this out, and it's not going to surprise anybody. It's my least favorite album on the ranking list. I'll just blow the load already here, because I'm not a huge brutal death guy. I just, I tried Defeated Sanity. I love the Cryptopsy guys. I love Flo. Gonna have him on soon. I just can't get into it. It just doesn't work for me very much. You guys are probably a little more into that, and I hear a lot of suffocation in this too. There's that almost, there's a bit of a, I don't want to say it's a hardcore influence, but there's maybe a bit of a crossover influence going on with this a little bit in there, ever so slightly, particularly where the way these are short songs. They morph from 3.5, from 3 minutes to 3.5 to 4 minutes. I think the longest one might be not even quite 5 minutes. I didn't list those tracks out, and I don't have that. That's the one I don't own. But it's pummeling stuff that is far more in line with brutal death metal than technical dissonant death metal, as they slowly became. To be honest, while this is listenable and well done, that pummeling blasting snare is very, very brutal deathy, and yet there is some beginnings of the tremolo, start-stop, jerky angularity to the music in this. Scathing, deep growls, and the first vocalist is very deep growly, man. He's very in the suffocation mode in a lot of ways, I think. The next guy isn't like that. He's completely different on the first album, or fairly different. Yeah, again, they follow the template of Suffocation, Defeated Sanity, which I don't think Defeated Sanity was around then, or were they? Maybe they were. I guess they might have been, right?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, so
but yeah,
about that
I
time.
mean, they were a band by 2005 for
Yeah,
sure.
so they're in that neighborhood, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, songs are quite short compared to what they will start to become. There's no artsy, dissonant tech atmosphere. That's the big thing. There's no atmosphere on this stuff. It doesn't have that tangible otherness that they start to have. Even on the next album, you get a little bit of it, but by this by the second full length, that's where it really starts to form, and the ulcerate sound begins to fully take shape. It's solid stuff, just not my cup of tea. With this band, I give it an 8 out of 10 for execution, but only a 6.5 as far as my desire to re-listen. So if I run across this in a used bin, sure, I'll grab it. Will I pay a lot of money for it? Nah. $7-8, I'll grab it just to be the completest. Will I listen to it a lot? Very unlikely. It's just not my thing. I'm a pussy. I listen to cartoon bands like Rush. Come on, man. Yeah, so 6.5 is really where I'm going to go with it. And Logan.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the highlights of doing this for me. Was I've never listened to these demos before preparing.
Somehow I knew he'd be that guy.
Surprise, surprise! It is in my wheelhouse. I think Kellen and I do share an appreciation for like this 2000s
You do
death metal era,
Yep.
where it's like every band is trying to be, somehow more technically proficient, more brutal, and just heavier than each other. It's a very cool arms race of just extremity. This was like before, someone was like, we got to stop. We got to go back to being old school death metal. Everyone just stop being proficient at your instruments and let's play like, Obituary and Autopsy again. This was everyone was just one upping the technical proficiency, and Ulcerate fit right in with like, this era of their music fits right in with some of my favorite bands like Decrepit Birth from this era, Origin. You were definitely mentioning Defeated Sanity. Just that whole ilk of things where it's like a million notes a minute. We're definitely noodling on the guitar in excess. It really is like tough to track where a song is specifically going until we get to a certain suffocation and immolation influence, which is definitely on here. And that's when like the songs will take a turn to a more like brutal heavy riff, or like even an immolation riff, because that pops up a couple times on this demo where I'm like, man, that sounds like here and after, kind of like this Vigna kind of pinch harmonic riff, and it's super cool. Is there Ulcerate that we will come to know? Not really. Honestly, on these two demos, I don't think you can see any of Destroyers of All or Stare into Death and Be Still on this stuff. You can see where they would get to Everything is Fire, but the step after that, I think, is still, out of reach for them on this stuff. But I think it's cool to hear how they evolve, and I absolutely enjoy this earlier Ulcerate output because you can so easily track step by step where they're going, what they're shedding, what they're bringing into their sound to get from being, this like fairly common brutal technical death metal band to something new and legitimately next level. And it's a very organic and cool transition to watch as they get into the next 2 or 3 albums that we're going to be discussing. So I absolutely think this stuff is cool. And if for me, it's a necessary purchase. Like, I don't know if I'll end up paying $20 for a CD, but I would like to get this at some point. I mean, there's cool songs on here. Scorn the Dethroned is a very cool track, and it's got this like chunky guitar riff that kind of comes in, and like a fuck your god chant that also pops up, which very much of the time for death metal. Very cool lead work in the track Second Death, which if there's anything that's closer to where they're going, maybe it's this.
I agree.
And then
the Deceitful too.
Yeah. And then the final track I really want to mention is that Ulceration, which is their, I guess, eponymous track. That's the one where like the immolation influences really shines through, and there's this amazing immolation riff at like 3 minutes. And if you want to see where this band was in this era, look up their logo on the 2003 demo, because it's like this brutal death metal looking thing. It's all like tree roots and branches, and then by the time we get to the actual Coming of Genocide, it's cleaned up, and
they clean it up.
So we get something closer to that, but you can definitely tell.
That reminds me of something real quick. I'm going to remove all of us, and I want to point something out here real quick. Stay where you're at. I'm just removing us for a second. Or there. If you look at this, my artwork here, I kind of fucked up. Can you tell what I fucked up, Kellen, Logan?
Yeah, I mean, you basically inverted or altered.
I have this one upside down. I didn't notice it until afterwards.
For some reason.
I'm like, fuck it, I'm done, man. I'm not going back in and redoing this, man. To hell with it. But I saw it. I'm like, come on, dude. Did you actually do that, you dumbass? Anyway. All right.
He's skydiving.
I guess the one thing I'd point here is you can hear, I don't hear Mike as a soloist in terms of his guitaring.
No. And there's very few solos except on the early stuff.
And the solos are like kind of one notish. Like
it's interesting in terms of like they're trying to find a way to incorporate something that is you'd hear within a more traditional death metal.
Traditional,
it's just like he doesn't have an identity quite yet figured out as a guitarist that makes him exceptional.
Exactly.
So I thought that was a couple times he sort of reaches out to have these sort of solo moments on this compilation. And he's like, he gets there and he just can't quite find his voice.
You nailed it. I'm glad you brought it up, because I was going to bring up that later in this band's kind of history, you don't really hear any solos. There are no real solos for the
Yeah.
most part in the upcoming albums after the next one. And you're right. This, as a guitar player, what do I always want to hear? I want to hear the wanky solo, but the attempts here are kind of weird. They're almost like hesitant. Like, where am I going with this? What am I doing here? Again, there was another guitar player in it, and so there was a lot more. I don't want to call it like traditional, but it was close to traditional in the early days.
Yeah. I mean, this is far more, I think, identifiable as there are other bands doing this that have been doing it for a long time, and they are part of a scene.
Yeah.
And
he's not Terrence Hobbs.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, so you're used to that kind of lead guitarist within this music.
Yeah. And you don't get it.
And you don't, and you're like, okay, what? And then the only reason that any of us sort of would listen to that and kind of like roll our eyes is because we know
what comes next. Yeah.
What comes, right? But I think for anyone who was brand new listening to this back in the mid 2000s, they were kind of like, that's an odd, you know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? Like, you just can't figure it out kind of deal. So,
and just to be clear, Mike's a fucking killer guitar player, but I would have to see if he does something outside of this that's more, wanky and solo definitive. Yeah. But this music their music as it starts to develop, it doesn't really need solos. It doesn't really want solos. Let's be honest.
Right.
Like, I think if I would hear solos going on in these songs, it would feel out of place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. And like Jamie, all right, here's another one, right? Like, he's absolutely a devastating drummer, even within this world.
Oh my God.
Right. But like, in the sense that I don't listen to him and think Flo Monnier, right? He's a totally different style. But you can hear like the Cryptopsy influence and Flo's sort of presence on this record for Jamie as a drummer, more so than you do his later work, right?
Yeah. Again, it's that what I said at the beginning is it's the sum of the parts is what Great really is all about.
So I guess to kind of reiterate my point, it's listening to the performance here. They're all exceptional, but they still don't have quite that identity figured out.
Yeah.
I think they're also balancing out having a full-time vocalist too, because with these demos and then the album we're going to talk about, it's a bit more vocal heavy than where we'll go from here. Like, the vocals are a lot more prevalent, and you got this guy, he has to justify his job. He's going to be,
and they're more up front, whereas
he's changing. He's going like for high screams, low gutturals, and then like more of a shout sometimes. He's changing it up. So
yeah,
that's like a different member than where the vocals will go with when Ulcerate becomes proper, I would say.
Well, speaking of vocals, let's jump on to album 1, which is Of Fracture and Failure. Comes out February of 2007, recorded during April of 2006 at Retractile Studios. Comes out on Willow Tip, so they get picked up by an independent major, I guess you call them. They're not majors, but they're an independent label that caters to this kind of music, more the wanky, sophisticated, cerebral death metal, technical death metal. Producers are Ulcerate, which means it's Jamie and Mike. Mike and Jamie are the two kind of guys, which is 2/3 of the band, anyways. So in 2008, Reed and Rothwell was the other guitar player, leaves, and the vocalist leaves, and they bring in Oliver Goater. Maybe it's Gautier, but I got Goater, Goater. I think that's what it said there. Is a replacement for Rothwell on guitars, and Kellen now takes over on vocals. So let me just read through here quick. Actually, the album was released through Neurotic Records in partnership with Willow Tip, with whom the band would later sign. Written over a 2-year period, the album was recorded in 2006, Retractile Audio, and mastered by Alan Duchesne at West Side Music in New York City. It's the only album to feature Ben Reed, 8-foot sativa. That's a big sativa plant there. And the Mark of Man on vocals before bassist Kellen takes over. So I don't know why I said Kellen takes over. I goofed there. It's actually the Reed guy. I knew that didn't sound right. I meant that for the one down below.
You're multitasking here. We got you.
Yeah, I'm multitasking, trying to do too much. Jamie St. Marat said that the band set out from the beginning of writing to come up with a sound bordering on chaos, very suffocating in terms of breathing space or lack thereof. So this resulted in a serious amount of parts per song that all needed to be bridged together to work. In retrospect, he commented that we were experimenting with some very linear songwriting. The songs took a long time to put together, and sometimes when I listen back, it feels like some of it's too convoluted, or is convoluted for the sake of being convoluted. We were very intent on creating a mind fuck of a listen, something that would steamroll you first time around. Lyrically, the album deals the album's lyrics form a sort of conceptual basis in the sense that they're loosely chronological. The opening of the album is documenting man's foibles and ignorance, leading through to the tracks such as Failure, self-explanatory, The Coming of Genocide. Now remember, some of these are some of the early demo tracks now fully recorded in proper context. The Coming of Genocide, Man Killing His Own Kind, and Defacio, which resolves the album and lyrically documents our end. So, Kellen.
For sure. So this, I think, still kind of follows a lot of the things I would say about the demo collection.
Yep.
We actually get The Coming Genocide here, is pulled from the demo to make it on this album. In my notes, though, like what I did here, there's a couple of moments, like on the Mask of Seder, when they get a little bit sparse. When that sort of atmosphere, they're just starting to play with this idea of how do we contribute a little bit more space within this listen. I mean, obviously, some of the song lengths are part of that story. I think the closer here comes at around like 8 minutes. So now a lot of that is like a build up and then you sort of retreat. So there is sort of some sort of dead air there, if you will. But this album, you do see a little bit more attention paid to songwriting. Overall, the experience is still very much in a brutal sort of tech vein.
It still is, yeah.
And I guess there's a couple other sort of tracks here. I'm listening to this one in particular into Mike's guitar work a little bit more than I am the demo collection.
Yes.
It can start to hear like a desire for him, right? I've at this point, didn't think there was any attempt at a solo here. I don't, in the same way in the demo, like that's not on this record at all. But I do hear greater attempts of like him putting out sort of these very odd chord choices, and holding on to them a little bit longer than he was on the demo stuff, on the compilation. So there's a really good video done with Andrew Lee and I think Brandon Holmes, I believe, or Brandon Sloan, I think, from Convulsing.
Mm-hmm. Brendan, Brendan, Sloan,
yeah, Brendan Sloan from Convulsing, talking about sort of how a guitarist is sort of accenting different notes within a chord, or slightly dropping it like in a fifth or a seventh or something like that, and how that changes the melodic sort of contour and texture of a riff or a chord. It's really insightful in terms of how this band, they're all referencing sort of Ulcerate's guitar work as sort of like the entrance point for this conversation. But you can hear Mike now trying to like grab a hold of that. And to Logan's point, they're still balancing out a 5-piece. So they don't have that freedom, artistic freedom. There's other obligations they have in terms of the songs they're writing. But I do hear there are moments on this. I think the tracks I kind of put aside for that conversation were like Becoming a Lycanthrope is one where I heard them. Like the next song, To Fell a Goliath. Like you can hear Mike starting to incorporate this within the this or their songs. It doesn't quite get there. But that and greater sort of attention to atmospheric details, I think, are the two sort of hallmarks of what make Fracture and Failure an important sort of stepping stone to the next sort of chapter.
Yeah. When was that or that thing that you watched with Brendan?
I think it was
long ago?
released maybe within the last year.
All right, because I don't know if you're aware. You should probably are, but and maybe even mention it. But they toured with them in 23. He was out with Alters, and Alters leans a lot into the Ulcerate sound. They really do. They're not exact copies, but there's a lot of that sort of angular arpeggiation is what I would call it, where it's not a straight, I don't know how to play any of this stuff, so there might be something like that.
Yeah.
Where what you don't have is that you don't have like happy sounding stuff. You have more menacing sounding stuff. So I'd have to think about it. More suspended, where you have dissonance, that kind of thing. So, and what you still don't have on this album in great quantity yet is space. There's not. It's still full, and it's still full in the brutal tech side of things. That's where they sort of. The next album is where I think they really start to come into this new sort of sound. So yes, you're correct, and I think it really becomes like Mike plays a lot of arpeggiated chordal things where he's sounding out specific notes in a chord or in a triad or in a dyad, where he's not just playing a 5 chord or a 3 chord, where it's just a straight, like most guys play, the 5 chord right there, where it's just a bar chord. It's just a heavy chord. There's a lot of, dare I say, there's a lot of Alex Lifeson in there. Only Alex doesn't do the more dissonant stuff, but there's a lot of articulation in the notes, and Nate would know what I'm talking about,
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you can bring yourself up there. I don't want to hog the video screen here too much, but I think there is a deliberate sort of you can go back to more progressive sort of jazz fusion stuff, and that because they're stating it so explicitly in the course of interviews, I think it makes it a little bit less cringy for me to talk about, right? Like I think it's often used too often, I think, as shorthand to talk about complicated music. In terms of like a jazz, like, oh, you want to bring up Alan Holdsworth as an influence, like you're going to incorporate all sorts of sort of assumptions in terms of what kind of music you're talking about.
Right.
But all that from that era, a lot of those musicians were making very sort of informed decisions in terms of the chords they were choosing and the notes they were playing, that were based on trying to challenge a lot of the sort of notions surrounding harmony and melody and stuff like that. So
he also does a lot of string skipping, meaning you're not playing a chord linear, like you're not doing that. You're like that kind of stuff. You're mixing up the notes so that it's not just a rote straight chord, Okay, Logan, your turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely leaning on you guys tonight with all this musical jargon. I mean, I'm not taking any notes or nothing, but
hey man, you got a fucking bass next to you. What are you talking about?
Dude, a bass. Like I just plucked the E string. What are you talking
I see.
about?
That's a prop, then. That's a prop.
I listen to Weed Eater. What do you think we do?
This is true. Well, that's all you need is just one. You only need one string.
Yeah, exactly. I just tune the E to where it falls off, and then so. You guys got this whole musical conversation. Just have fun with it. I'm going to be here to be like, I like this album. It's fucking brutal. It was fun to listen to over the week. This was actually my palate cleanse album while trying to digest Shrines of Paralysis. This was... Jeez, Jeff. This was my palate cleanse to get to, scratch that Cro-Magnon Neanderthal itch that I
The knuckle
definitely
dragger
have.
itch,
The
yeah.
knuckle dragon, yeah. I mean, I definitely think this is a step from the demos for
for
sure.
sure.
Like you can
For
see
sure.
them exploring these ideas that are going to become standout hallmark points of their sound. Like we've got a little more dynamics here, a
Yes.
little more
Production
interesting.
much better.
Yeah,
Production's much better.
production much better. Everyone owns their instrument a bit more, and there's definitely more of a character of a band, and it's not like they're copying other bands verbatim. Like if you'll take anything away from, what we were discussing with the demos, it's like this is that band, this is over here, we're just tracing back influences. But here they still sound like they're kin that are of the scene, like Decrepit Birth, still Origin, Spawn of Possession, Hate Eternal. They still kind of fit in that bunch, but at the same time, I think they're already doing something different that makes this album stand out separately from it. And to me, one of the highlights of preparing for tonight was spending some time in isolation with of Fracture and Failure, because I've always listened to this one as like I've just heard this Ulcerate album. Where did they come from? And like this has been in my collection for a probably a decade now, but it's never been like, let me just listen to this album standalone. And doing so, I think it's just a great example of technical brutal death metal of this era that sounds unique and has its own voice in a sense. So I ended up really enjoying diving into this release, this tonight. And the fact that it's hinting at where the band is going to go and like dangling that fruit along the way is just, that's icing on the cake of a phenomenal album. I can hear on tracks like The Mask of the Satyr, like that's the song where like it ends, but it's like a false end, because then there's this like dynamic like instrumental outro which really sounds like what they would end up doing a lot more on every single album after that. And then the closer, Defatio, or however you pronounce it, that one to me is the most akin to where they would go on Everything is Fire. Like it has that building intro where it's like, it kind of has some standalone actual guitar riffs and not just technical noodling. There's an actual guitar riff that feels a bit dissonant. And then the track actually builds as it progresses, and the way that it exits too, like it actually has some thematic elements to it and some ebb and flow, that it's not just technical wizardry for the sake of it. I mean, that's definitely still there, but there's some instrumentation that really grabs you in a way that just technical death metal of this era wouldn't normally. And I mean, that to me, that's the highlight of the album musically. But other highlights would be that the Mask of the Satyr song, Becoming the Lycanthrope, where there are those really cool note changes and stuff. And Failure as well, I think, incorporates some of that dynamics. And Failure, I think, is a more of like an instrumental track, or it focuses more on being like the dynamic space. Because that's the thing, this album actually breathes a little bit, and it's not just intensity all the way through. Does it breathe that much? No, not compared to where we're going, but it's enough that it's a part of the sound of Ulcerate at this point, and I think it separates it out. We still get the different vocalist, which is a unique part of the sound. It's Ben on this one, Ben Reed, and he does have like these like more fry screams and just different ways of being a vocalist that Paul would never have done. And that makes it a more of an interesting like footnote or part of this album that you won't see in any other Ulcerate piece. So I think this is a cool historical album just because you can see where they started, but then also where they're going, and also see them as a 5-piece with a different vocalist. And it's just very cool for me as a fan to see this, and being a fan of this style of and this era of death metal, I really appreciate this. So when we get to the rankings and stuff, this will potentially be higher, but it's definitely like an 8.25 for me out of 10.
Yeah, this was the other one that I'm still waiting on. I guess it's coming tomorrow or Monday. And this actually, I had needed this destroyer and shrine, so those three are on their. Two of those are on the way. I got destroyers, but I had listened to those. This one I had not listened to, and I gotta say, it's a big improvement over the demos. Which Kellen had said the demos are pretty stellar. Well, you got to
I think
remember this
so
is
for a demo.
yeah, this is early 2000, 2003. You now have, and I don't know that it was analog, but I'm pretty sure it was made on a digital platform on an early DAW or something. But I think that oh yeah, I guess I need to move me over, huh?
Whatever you want to do.
I think that there's an improvement in a couple areas on this over the demos, which again sound really good for demos. The big thing I noticed was just the heaviness of the riffs. The riffs feel fatter, more visceral, more in your face. The drum sounds are much better, especially the snare. The snare on those early demos is very brutal death, very defeated sanity, very cryptopsy. It's that real high pinging snare. I don't like that sound. It bothers the fuck out of me. I don't know why. It just does. That's why I don't like brutal death metal that very much. So it's becoming far more angular and dissonant while still retaining a good bit of the harsh thrash. There's a bit of thrash on this album. I hear some thrashy sort of speedy riffs that kind of wind their way through some of these tracks. And again, this now is you're getting in that thrashy element meets the disso gorgutsy obscureness starts to creep in more, and that's where I really first hear it is really on this album. My big issue with this album is the vocals. They're more skate thrashcore sounding. They just sound more like Khanate. Khanate. What's that dude's name? What's that dude's name? That or
What are you
Burning
talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, or
I'll
Burning
just-
Witch or something like that. I think the Conate guys, Alan Douches maybe, or Douches or whatever. But it's got that more harshy, thrashy, skate thrash sound, and I'm just not a huge fan of that. Even though I was there in the day when that was happening, I love the thick, sick ass guitar tone though. So many chiming, and we haven't used this word yet, so I'm throwing it out there. Chiming alien guitar riffs. Alien meaning it just doesn't sound like a lot of other people. There's something about it that's just that otherness that I haven't heard before. Yeah, Kellen?
So, do you think that's where it has to do with the choice? Like we're used to hearing, I think, death metal riffs that are happening much lower on the register in terms of where
Yeah.
it's and the
Yep.
fact that they make a concerted effort to pull that up,
Climb up the neck.
right? It's I think really been one of the defining characteristics in terms of the guitar work for the band, and also one of the more polarizing. There's something that happens in terms of distortion characteristics on a guitar when they're much lower. They get to put together the thicker. It's harder to distinguish sort of individual notes within a chord. I think when that climbs up higher in a neck, they become much more visible. That's the clangingness that you're kind of talking about. They ring out in a way that's not we don't associate with death metal.
Well, let me throw something in there real quick. So the album Staring to Death, here's the tuning. And this is coming straight from Jamie. D sharp, G sharp, A sharp, D sharp, A sharp, C sharp. Now, what do you notice about that?
The whole lot of
It's sharp, which is odd because usually people don't tune in sharp tunings, but not completely unusual. But what you have there is you don't have a straight A440 or drop down to D or drop down to C for the heaviness. What you have is D sharp. You have two sets of strings that are playing the same note only in different octaves. So you have a D sharp as your low string, which is normally an E. So you've dropped only essentially a half a step. Okay. Yeah, you could call it E flat or you could call it D sharp, right? So that's dropped a half step. G sharp is dropped a half step. Okay. because your A you're normally in A440, you're in A. So you drop to a G if you're doing a D standard, but it's G sharp. Now they use the A sharp is where I'm trying. Oh, D. So your next note in a standard tuning in E would be D. They drop down to A sharp, which I'm trying to think on the guitar neck. I should know this better, but I'm not a theory guy. So, Nate, help me out. How many steps down is that? A, D. Actually, is that tuned up?
We got a little clinic going on this evening.
Fuck. All right. Yeah. Anyway, and then you got D sharp again, which is your G, which now gives you that drop, quote unquote, drop tuning. And then you've got a chiming A sharp in with where the G was, which A sharp is actually, you would be a B there. Normally that would be a B. So you're actually tuning up a little bit, I believe. And then C sharp. Yeah, I'm not a theory guy and I'm struggling here, but long story short, Nate will help me out. Alan Dubbin, that's the guy. Yeah. So that's where you get these chimey strings where you're string skipping and you're getting octave sounds that are not your typical octave sounds. Like typical octave sound is, you know, you see what I mean? You got. That's not what you're getting here. You're getting it on atypical strings. You're getting up in the higher notes, which gives you those chimey, weird, sort of alien sounds. So again, I'd have to sit and look at the guitar neck, and I don't want to waste a lot of time doing that to get that tuning exactly down. But it's not a normal tuning. So that whole album is tuned that way. One thing that surprised me a little bit was that it wasn't tuned down a little lower. It was D sharp as opposed to going down to like B or something like that. It sounds heavy because a lot of bands detune in death metal, in tech death. They always tune down to C sharp or C or Carcass B. Shit like Ripperkaloo is tuned to, I believe, A. So that's the heavy part. They don't rely on getting heavy that way. They rely on weird fucking angular alien tunings that give these strange chord voicings that Mike uses. So, and I remember talking to him about that, and I'm like, really? You don't tune way down? And he's like, no, we're not that far off standard. And I'm like, but it's all the weird strings in between. So, okay, so that's your little thing here. For me, your little theory lesson that's kind of half-ass. I did a half-ass job there. I'll figure it out and put it in the comments, man. Don't give me a hard time, bro. All right. Where was I at? I was at So Jamie's out of his mind already. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like on the early demos, he's more straight ahead, brutal blasting, right? It's that brutal breakdown, that breakdown shit was more apparent, like on the demos. Now we've got all kinds of stuff going on. The fills are inhuman that this guy does. Like, again, he's like an octopus. He's like everywhere. His cymbal work's incredible. Couple standout tracks for me are Ad Nauseum, which is dizzyingly complex drumming wise, and how the guitar riffs cut and weave and spastically with intent, surgically stab and cut. But the drumming, just unbelievable. This guy is, to me, possibly the most gifted technical drummer in metal these days. So much complexity in his playing. Apparently, Jamie has said they were trying to create as much of a mindfuck album as possible, and they did. Martyr of the Soil, or is it Soul?
I think Soil.
Okay.
Soil, yeah.
Because sometimes I write stuff when I'm writing and I don't spell check it or check off, and I keep going. Then I go, that doesn't sound right. Martyr of the Soil is probably my favorite track. That super doomy intro chord sequence is my favorite part of the album. It's super menacing and dense, but then the song spirals into the insane angular erosion of sanity sort of sound, which there's a lot of erosion of sanity and obscure on this album, I feel. I really hear it very, very definitively. And again, spidery and alien guitar sounds on here. Failure is super cool, as you mentioned, Logan. In fact, it's very doomy. It's probably the most down tempo song in terms of kind of building that atmosphere and brooding atmosphere. Closer, Defacio is another wicked beast, which again, like you said, kind of points in the direction of where things are going to go, especially starting on the next album. So, still need to pick this one up. Well, I did pick it up since I wrote that out. Despite the vocals being more connate and not to my taste as much as Kellen's, as much as Paul Kellen's are in the future. Final analysis, cool album, and the future direction is clearly taking shape. Going to give it an 8 out of 10, mainly because of the more brutal death drum sound and the vocals. The vocals just don't appeal to me enough that I'm like 100% in for this being a 9 or above for me. But 8's pretty good. I mean, it's a very listenable album. I bought it, so I want it, so. All right, everything is fire. I'll tackle this one first. That way we all get a chance to go first. You want to show this one, Kellen, while I read off the deets here. Comes out April 7th, 2009. And look at this. He's double fisting, bro. Gotta love it, man. There's those bands that you gotta have them both with. Comes out April 7th, 2009. Recorded September, October 2008. MCA Studios in Auckland. They're now signed to Willow Tip. Second album by them. It was released. We already went through that. And has been described by Roadburn as genre defining. Genre defining. The age old statement to sell albums. Lyrically, the album has been described as tackling themes such as the end of mankind, the insignificance of our existence, and the resumption of a natural order, free of humanity's tyranny, greed, and bloodlust. Kind of sounds like what we're going through these days in the United States and maybe the greater world. I won't go there too much, I promise. I'll try to keep it under wraps. But people that know me know exactly how I fucking feel. And that's really very cogent. In a separate interview with Brutal Carnage Zine, Jamie St. Marat described the album as mostly being a commentary on human arrogance and how we perceive our place in our environments, how we deify objects and people out of pure tradition with very little rationalism. Man, again, where we're at right now in present day America, people. So I'm going to pull up myself here and get into this album. This is a fucking kick-ass album. Like this album fucking rules. And they have so many great, fantastic albums that, I think when I did my ranking at the end, I was like, that one's that low? Well, oh yeah, but that's above it. Oh, that's above it. So it's a fantastic album. You got to own this one, I think, if you're going to dive into this catalog. Drown Within is a major highlight. The atmosphere and thick production, along with Paul's more throaty lower growls, is a huge change in the right direction for me. Lots of dissonant angular stabs and grooves with chiming, ringing tremolos and arpeggios, but yet thick. I'm just to make my shit easier. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm making things. Yeah, go ahead, Kellen. I'm making it easier on myself by saying things like disso. That means dissonant, obviously. The dissonant backbone riffs make this a monster track to open with. We Are Nil. Man, the opening strangling chordal riff is so thick and gnarly as it unfolds. What a fucking banger. Holy shit. That winding, moaning riff is so killer. Reminds me of being trapped in a tornado. Which I almost was last week, by the way. I don't even want to fucking go there, but I actually saw a video of the actual tornado somebody took from their window a block from my house, hitting literally 220 feet from my fucking bedroom. And of course, my car is the only car that was damaged by the tornado. Thank you. Thank you, little baby Jeebus. Anyway, that whiny moaning riff is like being trapped in a tornado. But that down-tempo interlude section is fucking wicked in this song. I love that track. Withered and obsolete, very Gorgutsian, like very, very Gorgutsian. I love Gorguts, so the worship is fine with me. Killer track, that lurching riff section also has a little bit of a Morbid Angel vibe to it. I hear a little bit of that Trey lurch. You know what I mean? Tyranny has this cool, spooky intro, very menacing and anxiety-inducing. Which, by the way, I didn't speak to that, but that's a now that we're getting there. As a lifelong sufferer of anxiety, this is a band I should never fucking listen to because it absolutely does, not in a bad way, but it definitely brings on the
Existential dread.
the existential dread, the claustrophobic feeling
The walls are
of
closing
anxiety,
in.
the walls closing in. This band is very good at doing that to you, by the way. So, Tyranny has. Oh yeah, I was. Paul sounds a good bit like Aaron Turner on this album from ISIS. That's the first time we're mentioning ISIS here because they start to bring in some ISIS and Neurosis vibes into this stuff. We start to feel and hear some of the posty stuff going on here. It's not as prominent as it gets going forward, but it's definitely starting, particularly on that track, I think. Everything is Fire is full of wailing, dissonance, and chaos till you get to the quiet, atmospheric part. Killer closer track there. Final analysis. Everything is Fire is like if Immolation and Gorguts had a mutant child while both were on fucking bath salts. The result is a twisted, mangled auditory nightmare of dissonant angularity and unrelenting savagery. This is a killer album, 9.25 out of 10. I only deducted 0.75 simply because of one of the very first things I mentioned is that there is some repetitive nature in the sound. And it is the one thing that is maybe my biggest gripe about the band is that there's a little, I will say this right up front. Well, no, I'll keep it for the end. I have a very definitive way of kind of putting it all together. That said, I love this album and I love this band. So that'll kind of tell you that I can transcend the one big gripe that I have that it is like, do I really remember those songs? And like, if you played any random song for me, would I be able to go, oh, that's Shrine of Paralysis, or oh, that's Tyranny off of that? I doubt I would be able to do that. Kellen maybe could, because he started in early and probably listened to these albums way more repetitively than I've been able to. But I think that's my one big detraction about the band is if you drop the needle somewhere on any random album and I wasn't aware of what it was, I'd be like, well, I know that's Ulcerate. I know it was. I think I would know it would be Ulcerate. I'm sure of that. But would I know the song? I think I'd be lying if I said yeah. Maybe on the most recent one I would, because that one, we'll get to that. We're a ways away yet, but that one's a lot more earwormy, if there is such a term with Ulcerate, and I don't really think there is, but I think it's a lot more earwormy than their prior stuff. So, 8.2 or 9.25, really killer album. So, how about we go Logan this time?
Cool. Yeah. I mean, amazing. We're on album number 2, and to me, Ulcerate have basically achieved the sound that they were already hinting at. Like, to me, a new sound for 2009. Like, I don't know if I can think of a death metal band that's exactly sounding like this. You could definitely bring up some of those black metal bands that you were showing earlier, Kellen, like the
DSO,
Omegas and the Bluthaus Nord that are basically doing this, but in a death metal context, I don't really think so.
Well,
especially capturing the atmosphere in the way that they are.
I wanted to interject one thing when Kellen showed BAN and DSO.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no denying that DSO's angular, weird, fucked up, strange alien sound was absolutely had to have been somewhat of an influence to Mike and these guys. BAN, it depends on where you come in. There's no black metal big, Ultima Thule or Ultima Thule, however you say it. There's no, Father of the Icy Age on here. I just don't hear any of that at all. What I do hear is, I do hear the work that transforms God.
Yeah.
And I do hear the mystical beast of rebellion, you had it up. Sans the electronic element. And that's that dissonant, weird,
like claustrophobic
sound. But you don't get, but Mike's take on it is not to copy Vinzval, where you've got the the slippery slope of like things are melting around you. Mike doesn't have that melting context. It's a little more defined and you know it has construct. It has parameters. Whereas for BAN, it's like sliding off of. It's like you're on a slip and slide trying to play the guitar like a slip and slide. It's all over the way. But that sound is. He definitely had to have heard that shit and incorporated some of it in his playing. So go ahead, Logan. Sorry, I wanted to get that.
No,
in my
you're
ADHD
good. And
wiped it out.
yeah, no, you're good. I to me, this is just such a leap from a fracture and failure.
Yeah.
Like it's a shedding of this like tech death skin, really.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, we're like in new territory. There's not this like dizzying amount of notes coming at you.
Thanks, buddy.
There's of course a bunch of notes and everything, but there's a certain connection in like all the notes seem to have purpose. They're not just like noodling for the sake of noodling, or but like just look at every single note played on Drown Within. Like there's some very dizzying sections, but I guess it's the counterpoints or whatever you guys were talking about earlier. It all feels connected. It all feels like it has a purpose. They're all driving towards something. There's this tug and pull, ebb and flow, this tension that is built throughout the song. Like it all feels so purposeful and intentionally constructed, which I don't know if I could say that about the previous Ulcerate albums. I still enjoy them, but this one we're at a new level. They have kind of come into their own to me. Like this is when Ulcerate have basically achieved their sound. I think there's another step that there's another step that they're going to make.
Yep.
But here we're like
they've arrived.
They're atmospheric death metal, like with technical flourishes here and there. Some songs feel more technically proficient than others, but yeah, we've arrived in not only because of the sound, but because of the lineup. We're at the official 3-piece too.
Yeah, well, that's right.
And
I forgot to mention that.
I think you can tell. I think you absolutely can tell. Everyone just feels a lot more comfortable really laying it out there and letting their performances kind of speak and doing different things. Like it's so funny to say I really enjoy Paul's vocal performance, especially compared to what comes before. Because, I mean, guess what? He's not the most dynamic or exciting vocalist. He kind of has one delivery system, and he's not, doing anything super unique with it. But it's perfect for the music. It accents what the band is actually trying to do, and it gives space for them instrumentally, which I think if they had just a vocalist by himself, they would have never had that space.
Agree.
And they really needed it to be able to craft tracks like Drown Within and Everything is Fire, The Earth at Its Knees, stuff like that. And once again, the guitar playing is top-notch level. As I said, there's a lot more cohesion of the notes here. Everything seems so much more purposeful. And I think it's just because there's one guy crafting everything. That's what it feels like, is there's one guy meticulously, crafting these tracks so that we're up here, then we're down here, but it feels like there's a connection between all these different notes, and it's actually building to something.
There's a layering going on.
There's a layering.
Layering happening.
And I won't be able to match the the musical lesson that you guys were doing earlier, but you can tell there's a lot of intentionality with the guitar work, and I think Jamie comes into his own as well in a different way that he was not on the previous one. There's a lot more of a swing and a flow to his drum work, which before it was like definitely impressive technical blasting, but nothing quite like this, where he's really dialing back into more of a dynamic range. You really do get the feeling that they're letting the songs breathe. There's a lot more dynamics in these songs. And yeah, I think you could use terms like jazz fusion, or use that as an element that he's actively bringing forward. And it wouldn't just be, hyperbole. I think he legitimately is coming from a jazz fusion background to bring tracks like, We Are Nil and Tyranny and Everything is Fire into light. Which I guess to touch into the track listing real quick, the opener, Drown Within, is one of the best Ulcerate songs, period. It just
Yep.
comes crashing in, very memorable opening guitar riff, and you can already tell how much they've grown from A Fracture and Failure, just how that track builds over the first 2 minutes before it really sets into its intense pace. Withered and Obsolete is a favorite of mine. It's that more straightforward, like, nod at their tech death roots to me, and I absolutely agree with the Gorguts comparison. But just the schizophrenic kind of melody that appears here is very cool. The Earth at Its Knees, very dark and brooding. There's a riff at 3 minutes and 15 seconds, which is extremely heavy, and it comes crashing in every time and really disrupts my listen in the best of ways.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yep.
Yeah. Soullessness Embraced. Very cool, similar opening to Drowned, where it kind of builds into it, and then we get this actual momentum through the track that almost reaches a climax, but it's like they're saving the climax for the title track, which comes in at the very end. Everything is Fire, one of the best Ulcerate songs, the ultimate highlight of the album for me, and it builds as it goes. And that there's this guitar tapping section, which is almost like a pulse. It's this like, ebb and flow tapping that kind of comes through, and it's continuous, and it does feel like a fire building and mounting throughout the listen. It's phenomenal, and the last 3 minutes of the track is absolutely phenomenal. It's when it reaches the fever pitch of tension, and like the harmonizing tremolo riffs really just hit right then. It starts right at like the 5 minute and 10-second mark, and like you can feel the blaze that this song is really playing with. So one of those death metal moments that gives me chills when I hear it. And there's a couple in the Ulcerate catalog that you just always remember where you are when you hear it, and that track absolutely is up there with the best. Yeah, an album that I think it's very fitting it came out in 2009, because it kind of slams the door shut on this whole technical death metal thing of the 2000s. That's when you look back to that decade, you do think of like the decrepit birth bands and stuff, but Ulcerate at the very end, the last year of that decade, they take it up another level.
A different level, yeah.
They up the ante. Bands can't go anywhere from there. Everyone's like, all right, well, we got to go back to the old school death metal stuff now. We've been one-upped one too many times. They won the arms race. Ulcerate are there. They're the top of the tier. And the fact that they do it while creating atmosphere. It's not just like technical wizardry, but there's, a palpable atmosphere that you can feel throughout this album, which I don't think you would get from most death metal releases. So I'm actually right there with you, Jeff. 9.25 out of 10 was the rating I put down for this. So
one thing I wanted to throw out there quick, because you brought up the music lesson, and I am not a theory guy. My kid tried to teach. She's amazing at it. I'm like stupid. I'm an old school player that hears it and plays it. But I kind of thought this was pretty much it's slightly off from this, but what he's kind of playing on at least on, and I didn't look up every album. I just was like, what guitar tunings is Mike using? I don't know if I think I talked to him there, but I don't remember exactly if we discussed that. But he's kind of doing an open D tuning in a lot of ways, because your sixth string, your low E, is tuned down a half step to D sharp. Your fifth string, which is an A, which I think was tuned down to G sharp, right? Because so it's kind of like an open D, except for where he gets a little weird is he keeps the third string, which is a G. He keeps that naturally there and goes to a D sharp, and then the C sharp, which is the high E, is actually a full step down, because it would be a D sharp in the open D tuning. So again, this isn't gonna mean shit to anybody that doesn't play a guitar. And quite frankly, I play guitar, and I think I'm actually a pretty good guitar player. But it doesn't mean shit to me either, because I'm too fucking stupid to understand what it means. So, I mean, if I was playing it and tuning down to it, I'd be like, oh, okay, now I get the relation. But trying to look at it on paper, too dumb. I'm too dumb. Sorry. I'm just a knuckle dragging guitar player that can occasionally do some little widdly wanky shit. So, okay. So, Kellen, how about you take us into the Destroyer of All?
Well, I'll
Oh, yeah.
add my little bit to Everything is Fire. Like, to me,
Oh, I thought, did you not do it yet?
I think Logan got us started, or you got us
I'm
started.
sorry.
Yeah, it was Jeff and then me.
I'm sorry. My bad. Sorry, man.
It's all good.
Take all the time you want. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is like the record
The beginning.
for this band. And it's the one I come back to the most often.
I remember you saying that somewhere. I remember.
So just like in the sense that at the time when I first heard it, it was like wild, or this incredibly like challenging listen. But I did not really anticipate sort of like the hold it would have on this sort of corner within extreme metal.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think like you to Logan's point, what's happening? You kind of open up in terms of extreme metal overall. We're about to get into a time period where the sort of unique leader willow tip sound of the 2000s kind of fades, and like old school death metal is about to explode, right? Like I think 2009, in 2008, Graves of the Archangels' Dead Congregation comes out. In 2009, you get Tribulation, the Horror comes out. Right around the corner, you're going to get this pool of like Morbus Chron is going to come out. Horrendous. Like all of these bands are like on the horizon. And Ulcerate essentially is pulling in a completely different direction. And I think it's one of the reasons why they've kind of been sort of a lightning rod for a lot of people who think of this band as somehow should not be considered within the world of death metal. And this kind of finds them at an intersection where it just feels like at some level they were going in a completely comfortable direction. They very much rode in on a legacy of death metal, but this record comes around and just feels like it was providing a brand new vocabulary that a lot of younger bands are going to be pulling from. When I look at, labels like I Void Hanger, for example.
Oh yeah.
So much of that stuff
Yeah.
is like, Deadmer Morty,
Yep.
My Evangelium Diaboli, like all of these labels that come around in the 2010s that are doing sort of really obtuse, strange, the Icelandic black metal scene, like those parts of extreme metal, all of them, I think, could look to a record like Everything is Fire, and it should be considered part of a canon.
Yeah.
For a band and a record that really sort of was a turning point for what extreme metal was going to sound like for the next, I guess for the 21st century. It is one of the most important death metal records for me personally, and I think it should be considered in the 21st century an essential listen. I think it's that important. Whether you're going to love it or not, I don't know, but it does prove to be essential listening. In the same way you could look at certain sort of a record like Obscura, right? You may not love this record, but I think it is pivotal listening. I don't necessarily think they should be conflated with one another, but I do think they are sort of these high watermarks in terms of how challenging a record can be while still contributing to the history of a genre. I guess the thing is, Logan brought it up. Couldn't this like be a textbook example of how less is more? You pull away members from a band and it forces them to sort of configure and interpret their sound. I think to your point about a greater sense of coherency, both you and Logan talked about this, Jeff. I think Mike now has greater control in terms of the songwriting, in terms of the guitar work.
Yeah.
That opening track for in terms of Jamie, like he on Drawn Within, there's like you can almost hear like a ghost note to that
Oh
snare,
yeah.
right?
Oh no,
You
you
can,
can. You
you
absolutely
know what I
can.
mean? It's like that kind of space now they have to work with. And you have a dynamic construct where he can be a drummer that you never could have got away with on the previous listens.
Yes, exactly. Because you're right, because it would have been there were two guitars. There was a lead vocalist that was more in the mix, and it was kind of there, everyone was fighting for a little bit of space. Now you got a lot of space as a trio. Yeah.
Now, I think within that though, like I will push back a little bit here in the sense, both of you mentioned this is like this is the entrance to where they're going. One of the reasons I could listen to Everything Is Fire and sort of point out, like, oh, I could hear this is a song from a particular part of their catalog. I still think structurally, compositionally, in terms of like songwriting, larger scale, like macro dynamics,
That's
they're
the
still
next one.
they're still operating within kind of death metal confines.
Yes.
Um, and so how quickly some of these songs move at times feels like a band that's used to writing more traditional death metal songs.
Yep. Yep.
Um, so I think that's one of the standouts here. Every single time I listen to this record, I constantly feel like Mike has like discovered something and is trying to hold on to it. He's got this new sort of found spell that he's casting into guitar, and Jamie is desperately trying to like pin it to the ground. Like he's chasing Mike, I think, in terms of the innovation in the songwriting here. That's completely my
Yeah.
interpretation of
I
how
hadn't
I
thought of
listen
it that
to
way.
it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hadn't thought of it.
But he is gonna what's gonna happen on the next record is it's just gonna I'll let you set you up here is where we're going. Is the horizon opens up on the next record. And there's a certain degree of calm and control that enters their sound. From this one though, it's like Jamie's discovering as much as he is sort of like pinning down this sound. He's trying to figure out how he's supposed to work with Mike. And as a vocalist, Paul feels like he is the centerpiece, right? There's like all sorts of tracking and chaos that's happening around him. And as a vocalist, like, do you really hear a lot of intricate bass lines when you
No.
listen to this band?
No, that's the one thing that you do not hear. He's not crawling all over the place. It's more his vocals are kind of the boat anchor. They're the anchor.
Right. Like I feel his presence throughout the rest of their catalog is he's sort of the monolith, right? To your point, that anchors this.
Yep.
And because Mike's tracking is this kind of back and forth sort of interplay, like subject and answer kind of melody lines, it's really reliant for Paul to sort of fill in. And I think there's multi-tracking happening on the bass as well, right? But he has to fill in. I'm pretty sure
it's hard to hear because the bass isn't a real super prominent thing.
Right. But the fact that
it's not that it's not there. It's just he's like you said, he's not doing Geddy Lee runs all over the place.
Right. Right. So I'm not saying that you necessarily like he'll hear the lines, but he is filling in all that space. So because you don't have like traditional sort of low end distortion happening from a second guitar, like there's not that sort of working within the band.
The fattening up.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. This sounds to me so much heavier in so many ways sonically in terms of how much bass or bottom end this record has by comparison to some of their more like techier sort of releases. The way that they've chosen to implement vocals and a bass presence just consumes all that sort of invisible sort of subterranean sort of area. So I think he's not sort of like a centerpiece when you think of like necessarily the crazy musicianship with this band, but it's very evident to me in terms of listening to it, how this three piece is informed by his presence as a vocalist and also as a bassist.
Would you agree? I hate to bring up the Gorguts thing, but again, Paul's tone is very Luke-ish. in a lot of ways, and therefore it kind of sits. Whereas Luke has another guitar,
Right.
and he and Kev are kind of play, or whoever he was, Steve or whoever he was playing with. And remember that on Obscure, that was Steve doing most of the vocals, not Luke. There's Paul and Luke have that same, they occupy the same sort of sonic space in terms of where their vocals sit. And yet, Paul's vocals are not mixed up front, whereas Luke's are often in Gorguts. They're kind of a focal point. Paul's vocals are more an amorphous thing that are in there that you hear, but they aren't like omnipresent and up front.
Right. And I also don't think they're necessarily related. Like previously, and you hear this with a lot of death metal sort of from the 2000s and late 90s, where there's like a percussive element. They're trying to match specific sort of phrasing with a guitar.
Yes.
So the vocals have to align, and so you get this very sort of fast-paced sort of delivery, or they seem to be punctual, right?
Well, Cannibal Corpse,
right.
Right. Yeah. You don't get that with Ulcerate, I don't think.
No. And he completely is just smearing himself vocally across these lines.
Yeah.
He's not tied to that sort of the way that we're interpreting phrasing, because so much of that is wrapped up in what Mike and Jamie are doing.
Yes.
You are very much reliant on their relationship to sort of navigate like starts and stops, different sort of melodic sort of components that are meant to sort of embellish on one another. To me, he is just pulling through this sort of song, right? Like irregardless of what is happening to the side him, right? Like so I just think as a vocal presence, it's a very different way to approach than what was happening previously, which the vocals were very much tied to like very succinct phrases that were meant to, here's your spot for a lyric, here's your spot for a lyric, here's your spot for a lyric. Where I think Paul's just like nothing but like shoulders pushing through a crowd, right? Like they're just sort of parting ways. So it's a totally different way to approach songwriting in that regard.
I think it might be advantageous to kind of read a lyric here. For Drown Within, because we're on Everything Is Fire, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't jump ahead. And Everything Is Fire. So let's do Drown Within. Evoke the lifeblood of man, the life's blood of man, the virus we have become, shedding the skin and bone of this species dead and jaded. In my callous nature, all pity is buried. Flaunt your feigned empathy forgotten. I cannot breathe amongst this affliction, evermore oppressed. Tear away the leeches, and with them will bleed. Strip bare the land, defraud or drown within forever. The dust settles on barren dirt. In our chains we decay. Bound by deceit, this mortal consumed. Beyond death, we are lifeless. The axiom of being infinite. Well, all right. So what stands out to you about those lyrics right away?
It was like all philosophical abstraction, right? Like I just go ahead.
Esoteric. Yeah.
Right, but what is the this ties in with what you're saying in terms of his vocalization. What is not present in those lyrics?
Like rhyming?
There's no rhyming. There's no rhyming at all. There's not. So he's belting out these phrases of really abstract lyrics, like you say, and there's no, she loves you, baby. She loves you, maybe. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's not going to be that way. So there's no tether.
Right.
There's no conventional songwriting that's tethering them to have a. They do have verse choruses, but they're not like verse choruses of any pop song. There's nothing like that at all.
It's like a motif, though. It's like from a classical perspective. I feel like a motif might come back, but that's
right. There's motifs that return, but they're not like classic verse, chorus, verse, middle eight, chorus, verse. It just doesn't happen in their music, and that allows Paul, and actually all three of them, to just kind of amorphously explore sonic territory that you couldn't do in a pop song, because therefore that's why Ulcerate will never be played on top 40 radio. Let's be honest.
I mean, this could tie back to the whole memorability thing, right? If you were to map out an Ulcerate song,
Yes.
like how would you even
How would you do it?
do that? Like it would
Yep.
just be, part 1 to part 2 to, repeat verse part, but then to part 3, and then you would be down at the end, part
Yeah.
55, and you just it's
Yeah,
just
and
all
actually,
a flow,
I have
a linear flow.
I have a
Right.
note in one of these things. I forget which song it is. Again, memorability. But coming up, I believe it's on Vermis. I think it might be Vermis. Then I'm like thinking, how in the fuck do you even write a song like this? Because I write songs with catchy riffs that are melodic that you can immediately latch onto, or whatever. I mean, Sabotage. That 80s heavy metal is Dokken. I mean, I know
Right.
everybody hates Dokken, but I like Dokken. Fuck y'all if you don't like Dokken. Anyway, great guitar player. But the bottom line is with Ulcerate, you don't have any of that. You just don't.
I mean, can I just my quick little glimpse before we move on to Destroyers of All to that
we're ready.
is I think actually a lot of death metal kind of works like that, where there isn't a lot of A, B, A, C kind of whatever. I do think one of the better parts of when I first heard Pierce from Within, that was like a revelation for me in terms of a technical metal record where you see like a narrative convention that is just moving from a phrase, a small alteration, a transition, small alteration, transition. So it's less about sort of recalling specific passages as much as sort of scaffolding and building off of
moving off of it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think death metal, on the more technical side, but as a genre, does that. What's difficult though is like you could listen to a band like early, 90s death metal, and you could hear the inheritance from like death thrash and thrash, right?
Mhm.
There's a certain kind of technical shared lineage there where it becomes much more legible because our guitar work here is fragmented.
Yes. Great word.
It's so hard, to your point, to try and keep track of that.
Yes.
Much less make sense of melodic phrase.
Yes, you don't have like definitive mooring points, to
Right.
use the boat analogy, the anchor net. You're not moored on the at this point, so it's hard to go back and go, wait, well, that sounds like that, but it's different. It's not
Right.
the same. And I would say a band that kind of did this way back when in technical death metal or progressive death metal, because you could call Ulcerate progressive death metal in a lot of ways, I think, would be Atheist. Atheist didn't have finite verse chorus type stuff a lot of the time.
Sure.
You know what I mean? They just didn't have it. Kelly kind of rasped out something. They didn't there wasn't a lot of kind of repetitive refrains like you're saying.
Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily like a new concept, but the way they execute it makes it so to all of us so challenging to keep track of, which I think if you get a chance to talk to Mike, I'd be really interested in terms of what that writing process looks like.
Yeah, I would love to talk to him about that. I'm going to reach out to him. When this is done, I'm going to send it to Jamie because I have Jamie's email, and I'm going to be like, hey, dude, remember me? I know you don't want to sit through all this 3 hours or whatever it's going to be. Looks like it's going to be more than 3 hours, sadly.
Yeah.
But anyways, well, I swear we'll try to get it done before 3.5 hours.
We've done this before. We know what the story is. Yeah.
Well, but
And
you guys are talking a lot. I have let you guys talk a lot. It's not all me talking.
We're here for it. We're here for your energy, Jeff. Don't worry.
All right. Anyway, what I was getting at was, where was it? What was I getting at? Fuck. Oh, I probably will send it to him, and that would be one of the things is like, walk me through how you create this landscape, this alien landscape. So, all right, Logan, we'll let you go first here for the Destroyers of All. Yeah,
Destroyers of All. Yes,
comes out January 25th, 2011. This is where you said you kind of came in, so it's apropos. Recorded September 2010. MCA Studios again, Willow Tip Records again. Producers Ulcerate in an interview with the Teeth of the Divine. Jamie, further explains that the central theme of the album is how human beings, as a species, have a propensity to destroy. The album progresses to elaborate our destructive habits and the lack of respect we hold for the planet, its inhabitants, and each other's. Paul Kellen explained that the title track, or that the track "The Hollow Idols" refers to our imagined personification of intention in the universe. They embody all of our desires, strip us of reality, and empower a decrepit morality. They instill blind and hollow hope and fracture our posterity. That's a little heavy there, man. So there you
There's a
go.
lot of stuff here
Yeah,
tonight.
there's a lot of big words in there I didn't understand.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Here, I'll do my best.
Talk for a little bit. I'll be right back.
This is the first Ulcerate album that I heard, and definitely was not love at first spin. Took a bit, but real quick, I want to, because Kellen, you mentioned that everything is fire was definitely still coming from a death metal realm, and I absolutely agree with that. Like I would say it seems like there's 3 Ulcerate eras to me. There's this first one where they're really building off of the technical death metal background, like the 2000s technical death metal. And it's realized here. And then when we get to the Destroyers of All, we enter what I call the impenetrable era, where it's like almost, it's a chore. We're getting to actual work when it comes to listening. Like there's something about Destroyers of All where the death metal aspect, as just a death metal fan, I can eat this up, grab onto something, no problem, and it's perfectly fine. But on Destroyers of All, they really jump into something entirely different. Like I would say they shed all technical death metal space, and I mean I would still call it as death metal, but you could potentially make an argument that they shed that too in a way. Like we're in a progressive avant-garde, who knows? They're Ulcerate at this point, and I think this is the album where I would say the post-metal tendencies and the vibe and that feeling kind of comes in, where they're really trying to create and craft atmosphere and more of a feeling than anything. Like these riffs that are just coming at you a mile a minute and are a lot of notes counterpoint. They kind of go away a little bit, and it's a lot more of these like dissonant chords and these more atmospheric world building sections pop up. And I think because of that, Destroyers of All really is more of a cerebral listen and one that you kind of have to focus on. And thus that's why it's taken me so long, or took me so long back in the day, to kind of like click with it. And that, for the next couple albums, that's going to be the theme moving forward. But Destroyer of All kind of works for me because, well, A, I've had the longest time to digest it, but B, I think it's the focus and the intentionality of the theme that they're playing with. This like desolate mankind as the destroyer, this like almost climate disaster kind of scenario. Like the album feels like what they're putting forward. As you said earlier, Jeff, they are saying something in the world of death metal, or they are saying something with the music that they're playing. I mean, and I just love how it opens up with Burning Skies, Dead Oceans. The first 2 tracks, those are like statements right there. And
well, the titles alone.
That's what I mean. Just the titles make you be like, wow. And then the name of the album, The Destroyers of All, it does not take a giant leap. And then you get into this atmosphere, and it is tough. Honestly, I think this is the most evil, malignant sounding Ulcerate album, period. This sounds the most visceral and hostile and just unforgiving. And I think it's just because of the guitar work. Once again, he has such control over what he's playing, and I think that is the guiding force for constructing this album is the guitar work. And it really just creates just like breathing in sulfur. That's the vibe. And this is when I would cite bands like Neurosis and stuff. Like I don't know if I would say post metal up to this point, but now I'm like, yes, we can call a spade and say there's some Neurosis influence and
Yeah,
some
absolutely. This is
through,
where
through
really great shit.
Silver
Yep.
through Silver and Blood kind of, like where that album is
Enemy of the Sun. Yep.
Enemy of the Sun, where those albums feel like an apocalypse on Earth. This album also feels like that as well, and it's phenomenal. It's immersive, but you have to be ready to be immersed, and that's what makes it impenetrable. And it's a tough listen. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's not an everyday spin for me. It's something I really have to feel, and when you're ready to be in that world, it really hits, and it's just a very dark, scathing listening atmosphere. And to talk about the performances one more time, I think this is when Jamie really comes into his own as like this legendary, world-renowned, extreme technical death metal drummer. Like, and it's because of how much space the rest of the instruments give him, because they are operating in a much more atmospheric level. They really let Jamie guide the songs. Like, he is adding so much from like the quieter, more dynamic moments to even the heavier moments, because there's not like all this guitar wizardry. Jamie is the one pushing the track forward, and he is the momentum giver. And this is when I think you get all those like amazing playthrough videos on YouTube. I don't know if you guys just binge watch those. I mean, you've all seen all like the sick drummer playthrough videos. Where he's just
I haven't checked any out though. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I watched him live 3 times. It's like, that's who I want to see play his riffs, not anybody else.
I guess this was an era of like me getting into. I just used to watch the sick metal drummer channel, like, that was like it for a bit.
Yeah.
And he was top notch, and I would watch all of his playthroughs from this album, and basically it. But I think
him doing it. It was him doing it.
Yeah, him doing the playthroughs.
Oh, I thought it was somebody doing. Okay, all right.
It's him behind it with his, like, he's got the fucking like tribal tattoos that
tribal tattoos.
Once again make it seems like he's got like 5 different arms all going at once. It's amazing, and to watch the composure and the intensity, but also the calmness that he displays behind the kit on these playthroughs. And then
great
it really
point.
translates.
He's not up there doing the throwing the drumsticks up in the air and catching them, and he is he's laser focused on the dude's just fucking unreal. He's unreal. He's
every single hit. Like, I mean, I think my favorite is his cymbal work, where like
you said that earlier.
You can hear it just a little bit, but you watch him do it, and it's like 4 or 5 note run on a cymbal, and it's just
the magician, man.
So meticulous. It's really cool, and I think this is my favorite Jamie performance, potentially.
Wow, okay.
It's there's actually one other album later on, I think, but this is probably my second favorite. To get into the songs, I think it opens with a great 1-2 punch of Burning Skies, Dead Oceans. Like, that's your mission statement. Not only does it sum up the subject matter of the album, but it also focuses on these new dynamics, I think, where it's like a more slow burning kind of album. Like, it's not as fast paced all the way through, and it's taking its time as it crafts its like doomy atmosphere. And both are very haunting tracks that befit the song titles that they have. Cold Becoming and Beneath, I think, are also a great pair, with Beneath being my favorite of the two. This is actually the slowest track of this album. Beneath, track 4. And it's such a slow march. It progresses and it moves very linearly from this like slow dissonant start. And at the very end, it's like a full force double bass, blast beats and everything. But it still feels almost dialed back, and somehow that makes it all the more menacing. Like, Beneath, is one that always sticks with me every time I hear it. And then to kind of jump to the end, The Destroyers of All for me is the song of the album. Their longest track too. The only song they've done over 10 minutes. One hell of a closer. It opens with these like very strong, like drawn out guitar chords, and then it kind of just builds from there. Very guitar forward in that beginning section, and it kind of builds for a full minute and a half before we get to the death metal, which finally comes in, and then kind of like Everything Is Fire, like the last 3 to 4 minutes, it reaches a fever pitch, and the track is like, at its most fiery and ev- eviscerating, and then it starts to like destroy itself, and it curls inward and deconstructs as it fades out for the last couple minutes. Absolutely impressive composition. A track that I always try to revisit. Sometimes, like if you're not focused on it, some of these songs can blend together. Like this is an album that will blend together if you're not
Yes.
focused on it, and that ends up being one of the negatives potentially for me.
Yep.
But when you are dialed in, it's a worthwhile listen. Yeah, another high point in the catalog. As I said, it ushers a new part of their career where the density is dialed to 11. It feels uncaring, and it's just not an easy listen, but absolutely worthwhile checking out. And yeah, just because of how challenging it is and impenetrable, it's something that I do enjoy revisiting. And yeah, 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Hang on one second. Kellen, how about you?
Okay, well, I guess I do want to point out, this is also like we didn't bring this up on Everything Is Fire. I do think since Jamie is doing the artwork, I do think Everything Is Fire, and of course it's continued here with Logan held up the CD copy, which has an alternative artwork to the vinyl pressing. But the artwork changes. For a death metal release, you don't see a lot of death metal covers that look like this.
No, right.
So they have an identifiable sort of interesting choice in terms of their artwork, just set them apart a little bit. Yeah, I agree with what Logan has to say. No, what's interesting though is I actually hear this as one of their more accessible records. The reason being is there's so much, but for the reason that he probably potentially finds it challenging, I think it makes it more accessible. Meaning the space on this record, I think it makes it much more approachable as a listen. It is not nearly as well. There's tons of like challenging atmosphere, and maybe requires a greater sense of patience to get through some of these tracks. Often, to your point about the neurosis or the post metal sort of elements to this band, there's just these sort of longer droning sections that they're happy and sort of content to include here. And every time I listen to it, I just feel like whatever they were chained to Logan's point, they completely are liberated by. They are no longer tethered to use your phrase, Jeff, to a death metal sound.
Mm-hmm.
They shed that on this record. What I do think they find, to Logan's point, the atmospheric qualities here, I think are something that you'll also be a calling card for this band going forward. The other part that I want to really dial in is the sense of motion or direction that I feel they start to include on this record. And the sense that it was so hard to hear this competing sense of flowing back and forth when you were confined to sort of death metal sort of dynamics. But when you give them these kind of 7-8 minute long songs with a lot of open space,
Right.
I think Mike's phrasing becomes longer and extended, so that you get these sweeping sort of melodies instead of these really fast sort of contrasting sort of moments, or the songs are not sort of flooded with them to the where you don't see the band sort of sway back and forth.
Yeah, very good point.
And now the other point that I want to make is Jamie. So he's talked about this, is like, yes, he has an affection for playing very fast, but this is a dude that like got into the kind of like prog fusion of the 80s. So the bands that Dave Weckl is one who was a drummer who came along with Chick Corea later on. Like
Yep.
when Korea moved into the 80s, 80s fusion is a nerdy place to be in.
Oh, it
Like,
sure is. Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah. Return to Forever, Mahavishnu, all that.
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. But I always
Tony
associate that with
Williams'
the
Lifetime.
70s. The 80s stuff, I think, is even jazz fusion of the 80s. I think was an even smaller niche world, right? Jazz.
Probably. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
So I just mean he's a drumming nerd, and I mean that in the most complimentary way. But like, he does not want to play blast beats all the time, and the transition here on this record to Logan's point, him coming to his own, him becoming this sort of hallmark. Yeah, he's doing stuff that most whatever 250 beats per minute, yada yada, like really fast drumming. But it's his non-blasting that's interesting.
Yes,
it's not the space. It's not. He shares, the same thing. Like Logan mentioned, Mastodon. Now I don't think they're influenced by that, but Jamie's brought up this album several times.
Oh yeah.
Today's the day. So in the eyes of God, Braun Daler is another example of this.
He's fucking so good.
But it's about his fills. It's about his hand. It's about the incorporation of playing outside of traditional metal sort of confines that define his style. I think Sean Reinhardt's another one.
Oh my God, yeah.
Right? So how they play in space is the key characteristic that makes them special. What they do with their hands outside of just how fast they play. No one cares. That's not their unique contribution to death metal or metal's history. It's their creativity when you don't have a lot of things going on or you aren't confined to a very fast singular direction.
Yeah.
So Jamie has that here now. He finally has that opportunity. And I do want to bring up something that I heard him talk about, which is like tempo mapping. Have you heard of this, Jeff, at all?
Yes.
That phrase?
Yep.
So apparently how they rehearse, and I feel this is most probably important to mention when this record comes into play, is they rehearse multiple times. They put the songs together sort of in those like practice sessions when they have an idea, usually like 2 to 3 songs at a time. And they record the practice sessions.
Right.
And so when then they go back and they sort of, okay, we've kind of hollowed out the song. Jamie in Pro Tools is looking to what they're doing live, the ebb and flow that happens in those practice sessions. And that's what builds their click track. It's not a predetermined sort of pace of the song.
It's not on the grid specifically, but they're using the ebb and flow of natural human speeding up, slowing down to create the click. Yeah.
Right. So like when I think when it's Paul and Mike that are going to be playing, because they have to loop so many of their lines live, they're playing to that tempo mapping. Jamie's internalized it. So like a great fusion drummer, he knows like the pacing and the flow of the song. His fills will vary potentially show to show. It's not about him memorizing his every single sort of fill for the song that's on the record. It's about, as an instrumentalist, he has sort of this way to sort of ebb and flow along with the song and be creative in the moment. And I just think that's a really unique way in terms of how they wanted to play these songs live. And they're kind of very old school in that regard, right? At least he as an individual, despite all this new tech stuff that happens with the looping and the guitars, the fact that they're in so much of their songs are able to be sort of like come together collaboratively in a practice session. And that's what drives what's on the record, not these sort of like grid analysis things that are happening so much now in studios where everything's being quantified and chopped up to be perfect, right?
Everything's quantized and perfect.
Yeah. So I think it's a cool way that I feel, because this album navigates so much space, something like a tempo mapping that they're working collaboratively in practice sessions, it makes so much sense to me now as to how he manages these longer open sections. He understands like where he's supposed to come and go, and then has some liberty to sort of be at play. I just that's a thing I wanted to bring up when we.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, I hadn't seen that, so that's very interesting because I do think, though, man, I think it would be very hard to record a band like Ulcerate without digital editing. I just think it would be very difficult because you back in the days in the 70s and 80s, pre and 90s, even pre Pro Tools, pre digital hard drive stuff, pre editing like that, you had to really fucking have the performances nailed to the wall, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're like analog recording when they go to the studio to actually track everything.
No, I don't think they are either. But
Yeah,
I think what I was getting at, though, real quick, was that they're a kind of band that has utilized the studio or the DAW, the digital workstation, Pro Tools, Ableton, whatever you're using, to its best ability because you're able to layer these weird guitar things and drum tracks and all that stuff, and you're able to get in there. Whereas if you're able to get in there and move and shift things, and then you have to learn to play them that way live, right? But it's easier than going in and trying to record that in an analog atmosphere where you're going to have to cut tape and you're going to punch in and punch out. It's just, I don't know. And I'd love that. That's something I would talk to Mike or Jamie about. Be like, so explain that, like get into that. But go ahead. Sorry.
no, I mean that's just a closing thing I wanted to
Yeah. Good
delve
stuff.
into. I agree, like in terms of Logan. To me, I think Dead Ocean is my favorite track here, but it's also one of those, like, the first time I hear Burning Skies, there's a couple records like this where like the opening notes immediately take me back to a certain memory. And because I like the Willow Tip era of this band is most personal for me, just acquainting myself with Destroyers of All. I feel like in the same way when I heard Everything is Fire, like something else different was going on. I have the same impression when I first hear Burning Skies. So the other point of this is like, I'll before I pass it to you, Jeff. We haven't really talked. We've talked about post metal, but sort of the sludgier moments with this band.
Yes.
Um,
I was going to kind of get into it with my analysis.
Yeah, because I think it's a lead into where we're going to go next. But there's some also very slow, heavy, chunky things that happen as well. We've talked a lot about the sort of melody component and Mike's sort of choicing in terms of the tracking. But there's some very sort of like punishing, sort of slow
absolutely
moving stuff here that's important to bring up because I think it's a part of a dynamic contrast that you're going to see on future records.
Yeah, and it's for lack of a better way of putting it, it's the kick in the balls that some of the songs need.
Sure. So I'll pass it to you, Jeff, and let you kind of take it from here.
All right, I'm going to move fairly quickly. Yeah. So, Burning Skies and here's what I say right out of the gate: has a decided ISIS neurosis like flavorings throughout. Insanely heavy, insanely angular, dissonant death metal, and then solid chunks of post-languid atmospheric bits interspersed. I think this is the first album to me where Ulcerate have fully developed the Ulcerate sound palette that includes those post elements, and where they, quite frankly, this is the album to me where they bear no other resemblance to any other bands out there in the 2010s. That's where I feel on this one.
Agreed, for sure.
Yeah. All hail the old man. Scott, you fucking bastard, you. I got to get you some money, but I got to talk to you about that. We'll talk about it then. Dead Oceans. Tons of massive cascading chordal washes and lots of chiming dissonant dyads and triads, ringing notes in this mid-tempo monster with an epic Neurosis meets Isis moment around 340 in that erupts in a flurry of hammering darkness with Jamie's blasting and Mike's whining, chiming unison howls colliding over Paul's gnarly bellowing. A favorite track on the album. Seems we all three love that track for obvious reasons. Cold Becoming, massive cascading layers of moaning riffs, another banger. Hollow Idols, crushing intro, possibly the heaviest song on the album for me. Very ruthlessly savage and mostly blasting throughout, but Jamie's blast just don't remind me much of any other blaster in extreme metal. He has such a lyrical and musical way of playing the drums, especially his cymbal work, which I think I've said a couple times, and you said, Logan, which is truly unique in extreme metal to my ears. Nobody mentioned Omens. I was kind of surprised. Omens, you said you thought that, I think you said you thought Cold Becoming was the most atmospheric track, right, Logan?
Underneath, I believe.
Okay. I think Omens.
Beneath, not underneath. Beneath.
Yeah, I think Omens is that song for me. It's probably the most posty and dynamic. Lots of volume swells and EBO sounding sustain notes. I don't think it's an actual EBO. I'm trying to remember, but man, I could have swore when I saw him playing that he was using an EBO. Which, if for people that don't know what an EBO is, it's an electronic signal that you hold up to the guitar string and it makes it sing like a like almost like you're dragging a bow over top of the guitar string. Yeah, so it sustains, and you get all kind of Agalloch use them a lot. John uses them a lot. A lot of bands do. Michael Opeth, the beginning of Drapery Falls is all EBO. Yeah, this is a slow building, ominous vibe in this song. Just fucking so heavy. I think it's probably my favorite song on the album, really. It's a very light and shade type song, which I think really starts to be more pronounced. This is where the post element starts to be really pronounced, but it's not, I reference ISIS and Neurosis and like, okay, well, then they rip them off. It's not like that. It's not quite like that because of the way that they create these songs. It's very different. Even in Neurosis and ISIS 2, if you think of Panopticon or Oceanic, there is definable sequences of movements in their songs where you can hear okay, there's that riff. It's going to return to that riff over here. It's going to pretty much be the exact same. You're going to hear there's the chorus, there's the verse that has a very definable verse thing.
Right.
Ulcerate doesn't really do that. It's hard to explain. They just, maybe on the last two albums, it gets a little more in the pocket, but not much still. It's like they have these, it's like they create these cells of sound that they then, and Jamie said it, where they then link them together somehow, and it becomes like a Lincoln log sort of Jumanji thing where you're building this, but it's not entirely all linear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree. Just like they're pulling one atmospheric component from that world,
right?
But the rest of this sound is totally different. Yeah.
Right. So real quick, final analysis. Oh, I just said, I actually on Omens, what I really like about that song is Jamie's super restrained but dynamic drumming on that. He just tends to know when to not overplay, when it fits what it should be. And the guy can, he can fucking wank out and solo out probably better than anybody in the genre, but he kind of tends to know when to dial it back and then hit the accelerator, This is an album of long songs that snake and undulate and crawl inside your psyche and deposit evil eggs of poisonous chaos, a suffocating wall of cacophonous sound that always seems to be reaching for something unattainable on an emotional level. Truly a monstrous album of massive sonic architecture, in some ways torture. This is a 9.75 out of 10 for me. I really fucking love this album. It's sick, as the kids say. Okay, so am I up first this time? Maybe?
Go for it.
All right. I think I am. We'll stick with it. So Vermis comes out September 13th, 2013. My first album that I heard from them, recorded March, April of 2013 at MCA. Jamie St. Murat is the producer. Yeah, I'll show it one sec here. They've switched to Relapse. They've jumped on to Relapse from Willow Tip. Is that because Willow Tip went out of business or what?
No, Will Tip's still
He's
around.
still around. That's what I thought. Yeah.
I don't know in terms of the record contract or
probably more money.
Like
probably more money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's generally what, and maybe a little bit more opportunity. Maybe tour. Maybe get over to the States.
Yeah, so I do think that's a good thing to bring up. I do believe it's in this time period. The first time they came to the States was around this world. This
Did they play Maryland Death Fest? I'm thinking.
I can't speak to that. I don't know, but I want to say that sounds right, but
yeah,
I don't know if that was like 14 or 15. And I don't know if moving to Relapse meant they'd have better access to touring the States. But
I think it would be, because Willow Tip's UK, aren't they?
I think they're a US label. I think they're in Pennsylvania, maybe.
Are they? I thought they were UK. Okay,
I'm sure the chat will correct me here in a second.
Yeah, they did play their first ever US shows at the festival in May 2012. So just the year before this, performing at Club Sonar, which is no longer there. But I'm old enough to have been to Club Sonar, peeps. They then came back in 2014, which would have been on this album cycle. So there you go. That's what I thought. I kind of remembered it. I didn't go, unfortunately, but I kind of remembered it. All right. So back to my analysis quick. While the band has been noted for its use of dissonance, drummer Jamie St. Murat countered that dissonance for dissonance sake is extremely fatiguing. He would be right about that. Scott, I don't know everything, man. I mean, I know most everything, let's be honest, but not everything. Come on. I do know that Red, what was the black metal label? Red, that like Skepticism came out? Red something?
Oh, man. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll look it up. But that actually was in Lemoyne, PA, and I didn't know that. And that's only 35, 40 minutes from me. All right. I do know most everything, Scott. Come on. I mean, I know that. Come on. What I do know is my hair is fucking magnificent. I mean, come on. Anyway. Yeah. Given this, Murat said that Vermis uses melody in a weird and unsettling way to create a tangible amount of tension and release. Murat further noted that the band made a conscious decision with Vermis to bring back a level of unpredictability we've always had in the past due to the feeling that the previous album, Destroyer of All, came out a little too fluid. I'm not sure what he means by it. I'd love to hear him explain that. The helplessness and suffering of those... this album is about, surprise, surprise, the helplessness and suffering of those oppressed, the barbarism of the oppressors, the ways and means of the oppression, particularly dogma, power, and manipulation, those unaware or ignorant of the oppressed and their own relative luxury, those aware but rendered mute through fear and spinelessness, and the impact and collateral of these attitudes on the world around us. Hey, man, does that kind of sound like fucking the world we're living in right now, bitches? Oh, I think it does. Anyway, so this was a little bit of a precursor, and this was prior to 2016. If you know what 2016 means around here. Odium, the droning intro has a vaguely Cult of Luna mixed with Neurosis intro vibe to it. They started to get away from the erosion of sanity, obscure angular death metal vibe, and started to get more drony and atmospheric as they went along. Vermis, holy fuck, this song is batshit crazy, man. This song might be their most wacky motherfucking song of all songs. Just a maelstrom of dissonant, nightmarish, spiraling, tornado-like kinetic energy riffs that are pretty much relentless until the final minute or so when it breaks down into a disintegrating few moments of respite, then comes in with one final flurry of insanely heavy moments. Just, dude, like, I needed a cold shower after jamming this song, man, because I was like breaking out in like cold sweats. This fucking song is just beyond dank, as the kids might say, or they might call it dope, bro. This is a dope track right here. All right. Nasty, crushingly heavy intro riff. Holy fuck, a maelstrom of intensity throughout. Weight of Emptiness has a very Neurosis intro for sure, but ramps up into a song into it ramps up into a nasty, angular, dissonant beast, confronting entropy. These are all the songs that really stand out to me. Relentless and draining. That intro sequence of riffs and insane drumming by Jamie is terrifying. The imperious, weak, crushing wall of riffs. Intro, mid-tempo and quite doomy at times, almost allows for a breather until the vocals come in. When the vocals come in, it just smashes your head with insane intensity. This song's such a monster. Probably my second favorite behind Vermis on the album, which is, this album is balls out heavy monster. And then Await Rescission. All I wrote was, why so heavy, Ulcerate? Why so fucking heavy? Final analysis. Someone on YouTube in the comments, I also watched, when I was listening to this because I didn't dig my CDs out. Thank you guys for covering me there. I do own all this stuff now, basically, except for the demo stuff, demo comp. I do listen to it on YouTube typically because I got a Mac and I use some pretty nice Tozo earbuds that, look, man, I'm old. My ears are fucked anyways from loud, concerts and amps and shit. So I don't hear all the intricacies that some of you young cats do, but whatever. But this guy says Grim 9872 on whatever stream I was listening to. It might have been a private one where somebody uploaded, or it may have been the YouTube one, generated one. But he says this album feels like a storm hitting you in every single direction. I would say more like a tsunami of gnarly riffs, throat-wrenching guttural vocals, and a maelstrom of controlled chaotic drumming that is unparalleled. I think this album is where they break away a good bit from the Gorgutsian and Obscura comparisons. Erosion of Sanity, From Wisdom to Hate, all that angularity is still there, but it just hits different. The riffs are more cascading, like sheeting, almost like layering, and gargantuan, versus being complex and angular for angularity's sake. I feel just another crushing goddamn monster of an album. It's a 9.75. It might as well be a 10. I mean, I think I had it as 10. I'm like, well, you can't do a 10 out of 10 because everybody will be like, come on, man. Gotta be something you don't like about it. I guess, again, the only knock would be the similarity in songs. They do have a very linear flow, which goes back to how I opened this thing up, whereas maybe it's not really meant to be memorable. Maybe it's really meant to be absorbed in a focused setting to hit you the way that it does, to get in and get out and leave you with some lasting, not so much memories of it, but more of like an overall sort of vibe on the whole thing. So, all right, Kellen, we'll do you.
Yeah. So this one to me it's interesting that quote about he thought the Destroyers of All was too fluid. This record to me is like the most oppressive and atmospheric in their catalog.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
The density of this, I feel like we got to a point where they had these sort of longer, extended sort of melodic phrases. Everything here just feels like saturated in terms of the atmosphere. So there's just not the same sense of like open space or tons of room for navigation. It much more feels like congested in
super
terms
dense,
of,
super dense.
The pace of the songs, the level of the bass in it, the riffs that they're choosing,
a lot speedier.
It's just completely antagonistic to what was previously going on.
You are right. Yep.
So what they wanted to leave behind, it feels like a reactionary record to me. Now I do want to say though, like, and Logan made an interesting point. I wonder if you kind of hear it the same way, Jeff. I do think they have these kind of distinct eras in terms of their sound. And there's something that happens after Everything Is Fire where I feel like, specifically on the Relapse releases, there's a greater sense of like experimentation and trying to figure out whatever the next step is going to be. Like there was something so liberating about Everything Is Fire and Destroyers of All
Yeah.
that when they get to like this relapse era, it feels like there's no one to sort of look around and help chart our territory.
Yeah,
Like
that's a great point. Yeah.
we knew what we needed to get past. We knew what were leaving behind. Destroyers of All, I think every member of the band knows who they are, knows like who they're going to be within the confines of the band, but collectively they don't know what the next step is in terms of the vision. And so these relapse records to me feel like the most sort of untethered, we're going to take a whole new sort of approach. What's the next identity of the band? And they're trying to figure it out. I don't think, you've seen them more recently than I have.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of these songs make it to the playlist. I think a good amount of the stuff they're playing live is off of To Stare into Death and Be Still and Credit the Word of God.
It was. They did. Well, go ahead. I'll look it up.
I think these songs, and we'll get to Shrines of Paralysis as well, but are very much ones that have not survived in terms of the set list and what they identify with, just because of the complexity and challenging nature of the way they were written. That they're not sort of songs that have survived. They really are sort of a testament to how the band was pushing themselves, but also we're looking for a sense of where to land or what the direction of the band was going to be. So that's when I listen to Vermis, that's I think where they are. I think it is like in some way Mort was for Bluthaus Nord, or like in a sense it's like an atmospheric record, but also just the rules have been kind of thrown out, and it's this, to your point, a very horrifying listen. It is the most challenging for me atmospherically to get through of all their records. So that's kind of be my closing thoughts, and I'll pass it on to Logan.
All right, give me 1 sec here, guys. I'm getting some internet stress. I lost a signal for a little while, but I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, let me real quick, Logan, before you get going. Give me 1 sec here.
Were you going to look at the set list there?
Yeah, I wanted to look it up. So all right, so when they played in May of 26, I saw them in November of 25. I'm pretty sure it's mostly the same set, except for the encore. I think is different. To Flow Through Ashen Hearts, that's off the new one. Further Opening the Wounds. There Is No Horizon. Which song is that? What's that off of? Is that off of Stare?
Yep.
Okay. The Dawn Is Hollow.
New one.
Dissolved Orders, which is
Stare and Death.
Stare. Cutting the Throat of God, new one. To See Death Just Once, that's a new one. Stare into Death and Be Still, that's Stare. And then Everything Is Fire, so that's the only one.
Yeah.
But now if we go back to November, I saw that. Let me see, find that they changed that for the.
If they played a similar set list to what I had, I think they had.
Well, they did Dead Oceans.
Yeah.
The encore, but again, it looks Drawn Into the Next Void, which is the new one, right?
Yep.
Further Opening, new one. Dawn Is Hollow, that's Stare, right?
Yes.
Dissolved Orders, Cutting the Throat, To See Death Just Once, Staring. Yeah, so it was all the last two albums, and only the encore is an old song. Interesting, but not so. Look, Ulcerate doesn't have to do the hits. They don't have to do the Tom Sawyers and the, you know what I mean. Or they don't have to if
right.
it's fucking Halloween. They don't have to do Halloween or
the
I'm
Tom
Alive.
Sawyers.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. They don't have those songs, and
right.
And so they're gonna want to explore the more recent stuff out of naturalness.
But I'll let Logan jump in here. But I do think it is just also a consequence of there's like nothing off of Shrines of Paralysis on that list, and I think it just has to do with the nature. The nature of this time period for the band is that these records are a lot about pushing the limits of an uncharted territory.
I agree. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
just one quick note here. Scott, I'm here to help, man. Gorgutsian. That's the new term. All right. Like it, love it, live
De-
it. Like it, love it, live it. All right, go ahead, Logan.
definition. What is the definition? Overly loquacious? Is that Gorgutsian?
Gorgutsian is when well, it might get too personal. We'll do it at the end.
It's also too complicated.
But it might also get very medical centric. So we'll just could have something to do with drinking way too much Pabst Blue Ribbon and having to hit the head too. Which I'm sure you've had that problem.
I can relate to that. Yeah,
you probably had that problem before. Logan.
I was Gorgutsian yesterday, man. No, Kellen absolutely nailed it with his like closing thoughts on this album. As I kind of opened up with the last album, Destroyers of All, I do think this is a new era for Ulcerate. I dubbed it the impenetrable era, and with Vermis, we reach the album which to me is still impenetrable. I'm still having a tough time getting into it, and this, I guess, is the part of the stream where I may disappoint people. I disappoint myself sometimes. I puss out on Vermis, and yeah, it's one of those where, once again, cornerstone of the stream tonight, if there is a keyword for memorability, comes again and again. And this is one where I'm just like, Vermis, I've been listening to this album since it came out. It's not been in like constant rotation, but I'm sure I've heard this thing at least 20 to 30 times over the decade plus, and I am still not too far along with it. I still feel like it's the first time almost every time I'm playing it, and I think it is because for the first time in their career, they're like, where do we go? What do we do? And what are they doing? To my ear, they're still the band that wrote Destroyers of All, but then they're like, okay, we should go back to Everything is Fire and try to shoehorn that sound into it and do like a little mixture of the Destroyers of All and Everything is Fire and have this like ebb and flow atmospheric post-metal thing, but then at the same time try to incorporate more of this like technical death metal vibe too. And it's going to sound harsh just because I'm like criticizing a band that is always up here, so it's not meant to be that harsh. But to me, they wreck the ebb and flow of their sound and this like tension and this like feeling of emotional tugging that they had on this album, and it's so all over the place and them grasping at straws that there's just not as much for me to grasp onto. And this is where I'm like, I'm not, don't have any songs that really jump out. I do, and honestly, I did make headway on this album in preparation for tonight. Whereas, like, up until this point, I don't know if I could have quoted any songs at you, but I was sitting down and really listening to this one specifically, and there are some great moments and tracks on here. Clutching Revulsion, the ending of this track has a really cool like cascading guitar line that it makes me feel like acid rain is coming down. Confronting Entropy, I think, is the best song on the album. It has the most recognizable guitar motif that kind of structures it. It's killer riffs all the way through, and it's the most energetic song to me. It makes sense why this was like the lead single for the album. The Imperious Week, absolutely doomy start, and the beginning of that track really stands out to me. It's pulverizing doom meets death metal, and then Awaiting Rescission is honestly, actually, that one really impressed me. Like, it kind of kicks the door down and explodes into a bombastic like technical riffage that makes me think of Everything is Fire. So, and I hadn't really heard that song in the way that I did this week like this whole time. So I mean, I'm definitely making headway with this album, but yeah, for whatever reason, Vermis, and we'll get to Shrines of Paralysis, but this is where the Ulcerate sound is just not fully jiving with me. There's something I'm not connecting with.
It got too extreme
It
for
got
Logan.
too extreme. I pushed out, as you said, and it's, you know,
Should we get
like
the
it's
pink
just
panties out? Shall we
washing,
get
it's
the
just
pink
washing
panties out?
over me. Yeah, whatever you got to do, man. I understand. There's
J Dog would
There's
not be proud of you, man.
I know. But yeah, I've always had a tough time with this one. I don't own it, I guess, for that reason. But I mean, I would like to pick this up eventually because, as I said, I have made some headway with it this week, and it's, for me, it's like a 7.75. Like, it's right around. It could be an 8, but I have to like really focus to pick up anything, and if I'm like doing anything else or even distracted about anything, it's just background music in a way, and it's a bummer because everyone here is still very top notch. All of the accolades that should be heralded at this band, are still present, and phenomenal performance from everybody. But yeah, I always feel like I'm missing something with this one.
I'm giving you a lot of shit, but everything you said is very legit. So I'm not
Hey.
I'm not in any way, shape, or form denigrating you. I'm denigrating you for comedic relief, but it makes complete sense. So I mean, fuck, you listen to Decrepit Birth. I wouldn't be caught dead listening to that band. I'm just saying.
Oh. But Decrepit Birth only has one attack and one approach, and Ulcerate, they're still trying to balance out so much. And
yeah, but you're not wrong what you're saying here. So, Kellen.
No, I got a chance to begin this one, so I've covered.
Oh, you did. All right.
Purpose,
shit.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm getting into that phase where I'm getting confused. Sorry. All right.
It's all good.
And I did. Actually, I started, and you were next.
Yeah, Logan finished it up. So
all right. So we're at Shrine, and we'll go with you on Shrine here, Kellen. Which deets on that quick. Give me a minute. I lost my spot. Okay. Shrine of Paralysis, October 28th, 2016. It's released. Recorded in April of 2016 again at MCA Studios, which it's got to be Jamie's studio. But and the Depot. No, they did record at 2 different places for the guitars for this, I believe. Comes out on Relapse. Jamie St. Murat has explained that the album title represents the species, the human species' apathy and inability to deal with self-imposed catastrophe until it's beyond the point of reconciliation. In general, the lyrics speak of mankind's arrogance and narcissism. Again, same thing. Failure to respect or our irrelevance in the broadest possible sense. The artwork ties in with this inextricably and provides a visual metaphor of the sonic content of the album. The band altered their approach to songwriting here, recording, and production, and compared to previous albums, with Murat explaining that in terms of melody, it feels like now is the time for us to pull back from dissonance 24/7 and really start making more melodic music. That's interesting. He's saying this is more melodic. We'll get there because I don't hear that in this album, man. This album is the one I feel like Logan feels about Vermis, quite frankly. In his and really start making more. Okay, in his review of the album, music critic John D. Buchanan, the esteemed John D. Buchanan, noted that the album's style was broadly in line with the band's 2008 album Everything Is Fire, but with slight variations and nuances and improvements. He described the album's style as sheets and shards of incredibly abrasive, harsh, dissonant guitar work piled up over a pummeling onslaught of drums and grinding bass, and vocalist Paul and lyricist Paul Kellen's roar like a wounded animal, creating a palpable aura of fear, dread, and despair. It's like a black hole that sucks all the light out of the room. He also noted that this is not just noise by any means. There's both melody and harmony here, and while dissonant, the music has at times its own strange beauty. There are hints of both classical and jazz influence and the gloomy gothic pall of classic doom metal. Okay, I'm not sure I hear all that there, John D. Buchanan, but you do you, bro. All right, Kellen, give it to us.
Yeah. So first thing I have written in my notes here, there's a clearer vision of how this on on this record in terms of getting a return sense of flow. It also feels like there's a greater melodic root and coherency.
So you do hear it then. Okay.
Yeah, so I 100% hear this as a transition record.
Okay.
Now,
I'll
at
be
the
right, I'll
time
be
when
right back.
it came out, I couldn't say that, right? Like there's because once we get to Deborah Morty and To Stare in Death and Be Still, like there's very much a deliberate way they're writing in terms of melody, that I'm sure Logan will gush about because I know how much he loves that record. But yeah, for me, this I hear a whole lot more melody by comparison to Vermis. I think the songs are not nearly as oppressive atmospherically. I think there's a greater sense of what they had going on Destroyers. It's just they're kind of turning out away from where they came from, and trying to find melody in a way that's probably new to them. So I think that's the big question is like they know what they're trying to get away from, what they don't want to be, but I don't think they've quite figured out sort of how to create those sort of earworms in terms of and what that looks like from Ulcerate, right? Like how do we create a melody that's going to be sustaining and that we can reference, while at the same time retaining kind of our identity as a band. So that's something that I think Shrines of Paralysis is trying to work out. But what I don't hear is like this is not nearly as sludgy, or as claustrophobic as Vermis for me. It does not nearly have, though, the kind of fluidity and composition sort of strengths that you find on their next two records.
Yeah.
I think this is still, to me, like that point of a transition listen, where it's sort of sat between like a very dark, oppressive record in Vermis and a desire for more melodic, memorable sort of songwriting. And that of everything I listened to, this was probably the discovery, because when I like heard this back in 16, I was on board with where Logan's coming from, meaning like it felt confused and just sort of challenging. And I've heard people call it like whatever bloated, or there's not enough sort of solid content here. I spent so much of my time listening to this and just hearing more of the melodic sort of direction the band's going towards. So that's my impression here. Like they got a video out for Abrogation. I thought that was cool, to hear them sort of play live. I don't know if you've seen the video at all, but
No, I haven't actually. No.
yeah, but like a lot of these notes are, for me, I hear like growth in the band. So much of like Yield to Not, this title track Shrines of Paralysis. That's the title track here is like 9 minutes long, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of begins with like a synth line, which is not something that you heard. So,
Yes, you're right. It does. Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, there's a long sort of like linear path here. And that reminds me of some of the stuff that I heard on Destroyers. So it's a little bit more of like back into that world. So I'll let you cover the tracks more in detail, but that was my kind of overall impression is like out of everything that I listened to, it was the surprise record that I thought had more to offer by comparison to how I had remembered it back in the day.
Hey guys, I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna pull you over, Logan, and I'm gonna dip out and come back in. I've got something going on with my internet signal, so I'm getting a lot of robot stuff. You getting robot on me?
No, you sound fine, man.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna dip out and come back though. So just
Okay.
Logan, it's your time to go on this one, right?
Okay, yeah. Basically, whatever I just said about Vermis, just double it, times it by 2, and that is Shrines of Paralysis. More like Shrines of Dementia, because I can't remember a damn thing off of this. I mean, it's actually not that bad. I once again, even not the top notch, not the favorite Ulcerate album is still better than most bands' best releases. And to me, a critique I would level against Burmis and Shrines of Paralysis is, to me, it feels like it's just another Ulcerate album where they haven't made that leap. They're trying to make that leap to the next thing, and they're kind of doing lateral moves. They're doing side steps over here, incorporating this from a previous album, adding a little bit of this, adding a little bit of that, but they're not doing that jump that I know that they can. That like trajectory of going from this album to this album to this one. Like, we're kind of just swimming around a little bit. We're treading water is the feel to me, and there's really like nothing wrong with that because it's all still extremely well done. But once again, none of it really connects with me in a way that I kind of want Ulcerate to connect with me, the way that the previous 3 albums that I just showed kind of connected with me. And maybe because of the length of Shrines of Paralysis, or the fact that it follows up Vermis and doesn't at face value feel that much different from it. That's always why I write it off that much quicker. Because, Vermis, I've had that, many more extra years to try to digest it. But Shrines of Paralysis, it was like, okay, we're still in this realm of not crafting songs in the same way that I know you can. And I like it, but it's just not something I'm going to return to. And for the most part, I haven't. This is the least spun Ulcerate album of their discography for me, and the one that I really do need to sit down and just focus and really try to pay attention and give it the time that is due. Because I know there's an amazing album in here, and I can tell like all the performances are top notch. The guitar work is better. That will be the one compliment I will say, or it seems more recognizable in different tracks. But I don't know. I still actually like the songwriting a little bit more on Vermis. Like, there are more songs that kind of stood out to me at face value. Here, I enjoy Abrogation as an opener. There Are No Saviors, I think, is a good track that definitely builds towards the conclusion. And then Extinguished Light is a impressive track as well. Very good opening moments there. And it almost has a little bit of groove that kind of Ulcerate does not explore that often, which I enjoy. So that one was the track that actually stood out to me, and I wrote multiple sentences about it versus the other ones, which were just, this is cool. So we'll have to revisit that one. But yeah, similar to Vermis, I feel like the length of this album ends up being to its detriment, and I just don't end up attaching to much of the material on here. It's not only the almost hour-long length, but there's 9 tracks to kind of digest. And as I said, I feel like this band is capable of more, and they're trying to jump to that next level, to that next thing, and you can hear it and you can feel it, but their question mark is there. Like, what are they building to? What are they trying to reach? And it's left unanswered on Shrines of Paralysis. But as Kellen already said, pretty soon the question shall be answered, and we will find out what they're writing towards. This is a 7.5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, in looking at my notes, I was thinking that I had a more averse reaction like you had to Vermis to it, but I didn't actually. So it's
so I'm the only pussy once again.
So you are the definite only. You are the only guy wearing satin bikini panties on this live stream, buddy.
Let me get in my canoe and get out of here.
We should probably alert your wife to this fact. So just saying. Anyway, yeah, I do agree with Kellen though in that you saying that these 2 albums were kind of an era or a next phase, because they actually switch up labels after this one and go to Deba Morti. Then for the next 2, the final 2, we'll talk about here. But I think this one was better than I think I thought it was. Just when you were talking about Vermis, I was thinking, oh, this is the one I didn't really connect with, but I think I did more than I thought I did. So Abrogation starts out probably one of the most fucking gnarliest set of riffs they've done, man. I mean, they're and I pulled this. You ready, Scott? Here comes one for you, Scott. Get ready. I said might be one of their most gnarliest songs to this point. Those caterwauling riffs. Yes, I said caterwauling. That's kind of like a 1920s term there, buddy. Just saying. Look it up. Riffs, which is a loud, harsh, or wailing sound like the cry of a cat in heat. Which Scott, you probably know a little bit about, my friend. Or a noisy, complaining protest made by people or animals is not unique, but it sounds particularly insane on the song. The drumming is inhuman. It sounds like, to be honest, having seen Jamie Murat personally up close 3 times, it sounds like he's got 18 arms. I really dig Paul's vocals on this one. Yield of Naught, Relentless, really makes me wonder how they put these musical palettes together. I do think it would be difficult without, digital recording. There Are No Saviors. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. There he goes. Definitely old school, old man. That's right. That's right. Where were we? Cool atmospheric intro. Chiming and mysterious chordal sequences here are super thick and melodically atonal and swampy. Super cool and, dare I say, catchy. That's a very catchy sequence of chords. It opens up into are you ready, Scott? Here comes another one. Are you ready? Huganic. 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 I know you like that one.
There's no way that's a word.
I know you wish. I know you're. What's that? Of course it is.
There's no way that's a word.
I made it up. It's my word. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. I'll use it in a sentence. Scott's wife thinks he's Huganic. There you go. But we know he's not. I'm just kidding.
Good for you, Scott.
Yeah, it's where was that? Huganic. Where did that go? Fuck. Oh, yeah. It opens up into a Huganic set of riffs that literally are atom smashing in their density and complexity. Paul's vocals are a bit more raspy and higher pierced on this one. Probably my second favorite track. That's There Are No Saviors. Shrines of Paralysis, super atmospheric intro into a lurching, sort of morbid angely riffy section. And then when the vocals comes in, the blasting starts and sound completely menacing as fuck. Paul's vocals during the blast bits are so intense and maniacal sounding. Bow of Spite is a little interlude with some sick as fuck gutturals from Paul. But it's a short, plodding, doomy track, but very abrasive. Shortest song ever? Maybe? I don't know. How long is it? It's only like 2 minutes, I think, or something. 2.5 minutes, maybe. And then we got Chasm of Fire, another banger that has the recurring pedal tone riff that sounds like an alarm going off. Super cool. Again, this one probably has the most Gorguts vibe to it and ends rather abruptly, with which most of their songs don't end abruptly usually. Where was that here? End of Hope has a cool chiming, ringing guitar figure in it that stands out melodically and catches my ear. So there we go, Kellen. You were talking about melodically. I mentioned melody many times in here, so I must have been hearing that when I listened to it. And it said so layered on the guitar, which I said I read somewhere it was 4 channels of guitar. So, which means he's not just doubling guitars, he's quadrupling guitars, which is, they're not all the same, but that's a lot of guitar tracks to put down. It took until this album for me to realize that there really wasn't anything definitive that resembles a guitar solo on most of these albums I've jammed the last few days. There are dense passages of chiming chords and dissonant angular stabs of textural guitars everywhere, but very, very few solos on all these albums from Fractured on. From Fractured on. It was mostly on the demos, a little bit on Fractured that you heard some attempts at solos. Is it vastly different? Is this album vastly different from Vermis? No. Is it supposed to be? I would argue no. But I'm going to wait until the end to explain it. Well, I didn't. I blew my load at the very beginning and talked about what Nemo said, or whatever Lockhart said, with regards to appreciating these albums in the moment, not trying to cram your brains full of memorable moments. I'm going to give this one a 9 out of 10. This one does have a little less immediate moments for me than Vermis does, but it might be their heaviest overall. So there we go. All right. Any comments on that? All right. We're going to try to wrap this up by 1. I think we can do it. I'm pretty sure we can do it, guys. Let's do it. Let's see. I think we'll start with Logan this time. Did you start the last one, Logan, or no?
No, I was second in line.
Okay. Let's you start this
Kellen
one.
did. Yeah.
Let's you start this one, and then we'll actually let Kellen do the last one. Because I think we'll have a lot to say about that one. All right. Staring to Death and Be Still. Released
2020.
April 24th, 2020. Out on Deborah Morty. Don't really have many notes on
New
this.
record label, though.
Well, that was a fairly new record label. Yeah, French label. Well known for things like Eclise and BAN and help me out. Who else is on there that I'm not remembering? Well, these guys.
A bunch of that dissonant kind of stuff. Like
who? I'm trying to remember.
Like, isn't that one band that you like with Greg from Esoteric on there? Lichgate?
Lichgate?
Is Lichgate on there? I don't know. They might not be.
I don't think they are.
Oh.
Or maybe they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You're right. With the last 2, I think. Yeah. Lichgate, very unique band too. There, like these guys. So, okay, Logan, jump into it. I don't have a lot to get into. Just that they switched the labels.
Yeah, I mean, 2020. What a year, right? Definitely a year that a lot of people's lives changed, and we're still definitely kind of living in a post-COVID era for sure. But yeah, getting into the release of this album, I was a little apprehensive, and in fact, it wasn't like I wasn't biting at the bit to check out the latest Ulcerate album. I will be honest with you. I, waited for it to come out. I heard the single. I was like, yeah, this is cool. This is kind of Ulcerate. But then there was definitely a lot of hype generated around this one. I think James mentioned it in the chat earlier that it seemed like with this release, this is when Ulcerate kind of became a household name, or at least they
for sure
step up
for sure
in like the metal zeitgeist, and everyone is now more familiar with Ulcerate. Like you will now hear them talked about on like the Metal Meltdown and Banger TV and when a new Ulcerate comes out, people are going to review it. It's not going to be a pet project or a niche band. And I mean, I definitely think it kind of started with this album. So for me, kind of buying into the hype, I finally checked it out, and sure enough, they did what I was waiting for them to do. They took that natural next step, that progression that they were basically hinting at the previous 2 albums, where they're, trying to incorporate this level of intensity of their like more technical death metal era with the atmosphere and the progressive dynamics of their, post-metal album, The Destroyers of All, and then kind of congeal it all into a cohesive release that just flows. And that's what Staring to Death and Be Still is. From the opening moments of The Lifeless Advance, you can tell there is a change in the band. Like the guitar work especially. I mean, I think he had to have done some incredible growth between Shrine to Paralysis and into Staring to Death and Be Still, because the way that these riffs are arranged and the way that they actually all work and flow with one another, it's like I've never heard something like this, where it's just so intricate, so layered. Like you could tell me these are like 6 or 12 layers to this, and I would believe you. It's like a chorus of guitars all flowing, and it's just one guy.
I wanted to throw one quick thing in.
Yeah.
If you look at the releases thus far, they kind of got into about a 4-year groove, almost of about a 4-year time window between releasing an album and then going on the road and then releasing another album. So it sounds to me like there's a lot of time spent on the compositional elements.
Oh yeah.
And as Kellen brought up, the rehearsal stuff germinates and creates more, builds on these things, and then they go in and they start layering. So about a 4 year. So that means 24. We're probably looking at not having an Ulcerate album until end of 27 or early 28 again, probably. So, sorry.
Who knows what kind of apocalyptic things we'll be singing about then, right?
Oh, Jesus.
Something to look forward to. But no, I mean, it was just them coming into their own again. Like, this felt like a rebirth for the band to me. Like, revitalized, re-energized, excited, and firing on all cylinders. One cohesive unit, everyone as a unit, probably the most cohesive they've ever sounded, at least since Everything Is Fire. But the way that these riffs and Jamie's drum work kind of play off of each other, I've just never heard anything like it. It's so impressive. Like, to me, this is my favorite Jamie drum performance, my favorite guitar performance from Ulcerate, and yeah, across the board vocal performance from Paul as well. So I think the whole band just feels so focused and so cohesive as a unit. And the fact that they're incorporating this much melody and honestly making it catchy. This is an earwormy, catchy album. Like, there are sections that I actually, get stuck in my head from time to time. And the only other Ulcerate album that happens to is Everything Is Fire. So it's on that level of songwriting to me. Like, the Lifeless Advance, Stare Into Death and Be Still, the title track, There's No Horizon. Some of these songs are just hook laden with the guitar riffs and how they are structured. It's phenomenal. And then just like to think about the world building that this album does, because it's a very visual album to me. It kind of, once again, immerses you, but it's not one that you really have to try and work hard at being immersed in. It does it for you. I guess I'm lazy. You don't have to do as much work to get into the atmosphere and the world that this album is creating. It feels post-apocalyptic. Humanity has already destroyed the earth. Everything is just crumbling. There's ruins of giant cities, and it's just all turning to dust and ash, before you. That's just the visual representation I get from this release, and it is impressive. And it's a transportative album, and yeah, one of the best in the discography. Talk about the songs individually a little bit. Lifeless Advance, absolutely a stellar opener, and you can tell immediately that the riff writing is improved significantly. I mean, the track builds for like the first minute and a half to 2 minutes before finally setting into like a death metal like level of intensity. And once again, even at like the technical fast riffs, they feel very cohesive and memorable. Everything feels so memorable and just sticks with you. And that's what I like about this album. It all sinks in. And then there's this one moment on this track at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. It gives me chills every time it happens. It's like the guitars and drums, they alternate trying to play catch up to each other. Like, one stops and the other one soars overhead, and then a second later it drops back in and tries to catch up with it. It's such a cool passing of the baton kind of moment in this song, and it gets me every time. Great track. The title track, Stare Into Death and Be Still, one of the best opening moments for any Ulcerate song. It takes 2 minutes to really unpack the main riff and to actually get started. And the main riff is so catchy but intricate. I'm just mesmerized by it. It's impressive. And compositionally, the whole song is just awesome. My favorite track on the album, though, and my favorite Ulcerate track is actually There Is No Horizon. It's just earwormy riffs all the way through, and the track feels extremely urgent and aggressive. Like it's coming at you full speed, and it is so purposeful in its pace. I absolutely love it. This singular catchy riff ebbs and flows, kind of guiding it through, and every single performance is kind of reaching that fever pitch with the riff. And at the 6 minute mark, there's a part where like everything's on level 10, and Paul is like shouting, "There is no horizon," and I get chills every time we get to that part of the song. It's probably one of my favorite songs of like the last decade. It's awesome. Dissolved Orders was the lead single. Great closing track. Perfectly sums up everything that this album kind of does. And yeah, check out the video if you have not seen that, because it's one of those like visually stimulating kind of videos that, yeah, do an edible or something. Watch it. You'll have a good time.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely a track that it kind of grew on me, and I think it's a very suitable closer. So, to me, yeah,
You said you saw them just the once, right?
yeah. For after the next one, yep.
Right.
Um,
Kellen, none, zero. Okay, we gotta fix that.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, this is Ulcerate one-upping themselves to me. This is them finding that next step that they've been hinting at, and like really making their songwriting the best it's ever been to me, and incorporating the elements of their earlier work, but still strengthening it with a better focus on melody and compositional awareness that, yeah, is entirely new to the band to me at this point. Yeah, absolutely a favorite. And if you remember, we did a heavy metallurgy episode, the best of the decade so far. This is my number 2 of the decade. So I think I still stand by that. It might have slipped to number 3. I really like that new Bluthaus Nord album a lot, but this is definitely a top tier record from the 2020s, and my favorite from Ulcerate, 9.75 out of 10 for me. Almost a perfect album.
By the way, Logan, I don't know if what are you doing in May of 2026-7?
I don't know. Probably living one week at a time. Probably that's what I'm doing right now. So.
You should be thinking about coming up to Maryland Death Fest, because I talked to Kellen back when all that went down, and I think he's thinking about coming up, and we might be getting a big crew of us together. Maybe, cross our fingers, maybe Ulcerate will be added, although I think they would have been added by now.
Yeah.
You would think. So anyway, think about it.
I will.
You get the wife's approval. We'll find some fucking ramshackle drug den that we can all sleep on some piss soaked fucking mattress, and we'll just go to the show, and you won't notice the difference, man. You drink Pabst Blue Ribbon, you'll never know the difference where you're sleeping. So
that's what I'll lead with. Ramshackle drug den. Can I go?
All right, I'm going to do this one and then Kellen, I'll let you go last on this, first on cutting, and I'll go last on cutting. All right, so all right, so yeah, This Lifeless Advance. I think this might be the very first song that I hear Mike doing something he doesn't typically do. He does a pick slide on this song. You don't hear a lot of pick slides on Ulcerate songs, but he does one on this one, so that's kind of cool. Exhale the Ash, very memorable guitar riffs in this one, very almost earwormy at times. Crazy drumming. The cymbal work. Sorry, man. It's warm in my room here, and I don't want to put the air on, so I've got the fan blowing me. It keeps blowing my fucking hair in my mouth. Cymbal work on this is out of control, and the relentlessness and technical insanity for both guitar and drumming and vocals on this one is crazy to wrap your brain around. Staring to Death and Be Still, probably my favorite song. It's just relentless and intense, but there are very cool moments that oddly remind me quite a bit of Mastodon. Some of the guitar figures that are used are a little more straightforward, a little more straight ahead, and they sound kind of Mastodon-y at times. Like the when it hits that mellow atmosphere moment, those chords that wait a minute, what am I writing here? Those chords that all right, I'm not sure what I was writing there, man. I wrote something and maybe I was falling asleep when I was doing that the other night, so I don't know what I was trying to say there. But anyway, inversion, kind of catchy riff sequence to start out the song, then into a mid-tempo section that has almost guitar solo like stabs to highlight the melodies. Visceral ends, cool otherworldly intro that I kind of wish went on longer. To be honest with you, it's a real standout moment on the album for me. The wailing arpeggios that follow really make me think of really might make this one of my favorite songs overall on the album and in their catalog entirely. Visceral Ends. There's something about that enthralls me. It's the shortest song on the album, oddly, but it's probably the most catchiest. Drawn, another banger, some cool, memorable melodic guitar figure intros on this one. Dissolved Orders, super killer closer. Okay, this is probably my favorite track now that I think about it. Might be one of their most straightforward as far as complexity goes. Probably the most diverse song riff-wise and tempo-wise on the album. Sort of foreshadowing of Cutting in many ways. Another monster album that I have to admit might be a little long. I mean, they do write long albums, man. That would be another small little gripe, like 41, 42 minutes. But once we get up to the 60-minute or 45 minutes, it gets hard to zone in on it all when it's, this long. But let's see. But I think it's their most diverse to this point and probably the most atmospheric. I'm going to go a 9.75 out of 10 on this one. It's a killer album. I would have had more to say on it, but I kind of want to get us out of here by one. So, Kellen, what do you got on Staring to Death and Be Still?
Yeah, this one, I
don't like it.
I what I would say is when I first heard this, I kind of had a little bit of like I love this record, but I kind of was a little bit like, I'm so used to these being very challenging listens, that having how smooth and well paced and melodic this felt, I was like, this is not the Ulcerate that I know. Like,
hang on. I know exactly what you're thinking. Fucking Ulcerate, they sold out, man.
Well, so I think the mood, right? I think it is their most melancholic.
Yeah.
There's and I do believe that members of the band were dealing with their own personal deaths in their lives, like people close to them.
Oh, no kidding. Okay, I didn't know that.
Which is the nature of the lyrical content.
Makes the title.
Right. Like watching someone that you know personally and care about, if death is coming for them, sort of how do you, the pace of that, right, is probably more methodical than sometimes people who are you are comfortable with, or sort of understanding that it's going to. Anyway, I think there's an emotional tenor to that, and it's all over this record. So I cannot argue though. I think everything kind of comes together. Yes, I think there's some dissonance here, but there's great sort of melodic content that feels like they spend time in those, when you have a great sort of spine in terms of a melodic riff that can drive an entire song, they don't eviscerate it or they don't move on from it too quickly here. Yeah. So to your point about earworms, the threshold for these songs to be memorable, to where you can sink your teeth into them and then lock on to an idea, it's not a hallmark of what has defined their catalog. So they finally give a moment like that to you, and you're like, I immediately was like, what the hell?
Sellouts.
Yeah, just like this is too.
These guys are pussies. Look.
Because I still Mike in the Blue House North catalog, like hallucinogen is
You were like, yeah, that's too.
It's too like warm and atmospheric. Like this is not my. This is not the work which transforms God, right? Like I don't want this band to be. So, what I do think that with repeated listens, I think in a lot of ways it should be considered their most complete record. Meaning, I think they operate with space here. I think they operate with a correct sort of relationship between dissonance and melody here. I think there's moments of extreme metal when they're trying to operate with like groove and intricate sort of like Jamie's liberated in terms of his fills, like all the sense of motion that I loved first hearing on Destroyers. I think now there's a greater sort of relationship between when it gets busy and when there's space. It is not these sort of big open sections where it's just sort of droning post metal. I think they're incorporated within better structured songs. So you get these elements of sparseness while at the same time getting complexity within like a 6 to 7 minute window. Like in that sense, the balance to this record is so well orchestrated. I have a difficult time, shooting it down for those reasons. And it's probably why, to Logan's point, and people who've been commenting tonight, in terms of them sort of gaining greater notoriety because of this record, I can understand why. To hear them, it's why they're playing these songs. I do think, even though it might not share the same sort of place in my sort of ranking in terms of which ones I love or think are great, I have a difficult time recommending one of the other records potentially before this for someone just getting into the band. Sometimes you feel like it takes a long time for a band to sort of achieve what they always wanted. And I feel these last two records in a lot of ways is like the Ulcerate that they were searching for. So I don't know, like it's not the first time they discovered their sound, but like all the different elements that are coming together right now in their career feel like, there was an interview, I guess I'll say this, like, Matt Harvey, the guitarist for Exhumed and a bunch of other projects. He was talking about the Death catalog, and he said that on Symbolic they sounded the most confident that they had ever been. And that's the one way I would phrase it's like not the songs are the most complicated, they aren't the most brutal, they're just like, but the musicians are so self-assured about who they are, that they're just completely confident in the songs that they're writing and the way that they're playing them. And I listen to this record and I feel the exact same way. There's this sort of sense of ease that comes across in terms of how these songs unfold. So that's kind of my parting comment in terms of how I understand them.
Yeah, James' comment here is pretty good. Sometimes the breakthrough records are just that for a reason. Universal appeal and a best starting point. Yeah, I agree. I think what Kellen was trying to say was, this is Ulcerate's emo album. I mean, come on. That's what you were trying to say, right?
I don't think anyone who's going to be showing up to for an emo record is going to be sadly disappointed.
This is the Depeche Mode Ulcerate album. All right. So you're up for the last one, which I'll be very interested to hear what you say, and then we'll rank them and get out of here. Cutting the Throat of God comes out June 14th, 2024, recorded September through December 23. Again, Deba Momorti, again, Jamie doing his thing. The album is released to critical acclaim, writing for Metal Hammer magazine. Matt Mills described the album as everything death metal should be in 2024, whatever that means. Writing that Ulcerate raised their own bar and set a new benchmark for death metal releases this year. Metal Injection's Max Hellman drew comparisons with post-metal bands like ISIS Dissection? What? what the fuck, dude? And
the
Tool.
seminal post metal band. Oh, Tool.
Yeah, they're trying. They're trying, but if I was
Trying to slot them into bigger sales with those things right there.
Yeah.
Praising in particular the versatility and dynamism of drummer Jamie St. Murat's performances on drums and the stronger sense of dissonance and melody in Hogger's guitar work compared to previous album. What does that mean? That's dumb. Don't listen to this. Blabbermouth, here we go. This should be good. Dom Lawson similarly praised the band's performance, concluding that Ulcerate do not make music that conforms to anyone else's idea of how death metal should sound. In fact, it seems increasingly silly to describe the band in those terms. He's right. He's right. That was well put. Cutting the Throat of God is a highly evolved, militantly creative, and endlessly fascinating piece of work that merely confirms what sensible folk already know about this band. Ulcerate are astonishing. Brooklyn Vegan's Andrew Sacher described the album as mind-bending, mesmerizingly heavy music with a real transportive quality to it. And I think it'd be pretty difficult to listen to this album and not feel moved by it. So there we go. All right.
Yeah, I think they're they've hit their stride now. There's a lot of similarities to the previous record.
You guys did this on Heavy Metallurgy, right?
Yeah. We covered this. Yeah,
I don't remember who Paul was on at that point.
I think
it was a gym pick. I was there. Yeah, it was actually pretty early on. It
was when you were
there. It was like the first couple weeks.
Yeah, but so there's a lot of the same things in terms of.
I had a feeling you'd feel similar.
Yeah, but I do think though there is a little bit like the same way that the melody here is more prominent and memorable and so on and so forth. But I don't feel the same level of like introspection is going on in terms of the sort of where they're writing from emotionally. This feels a little bit more charged. It's not one that's written based on their personal experiences with losing loved ones.
Right.
It's in that sense, this is much more in their stride of like, burning your deities or whatever, that kind of deal. So, but I mean, there's just a couple of moments on this, like where Jamie, I think it's the third track here, but there's like almost like a beat juggle, where he's bouncing around between different cymbals and snare. It's just like this passing few bars, but it's just a super little funky thing that he'll do when he has the opportunity. And every time it comes through, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. In
a good way or in a bad way?
Yeah, and in a good way, right? Like,
okay, all right. Okay.
In a good way. Like to see Death Just Once has this sort of like progressive build, and then you get this like snare crack, and the band just jumps out into sort of a much faster pace. I love that sort of rise and fall and explosion. The same thing at like the title track, Cutting Throat of God, that ends the album. I do think like there's a melodic refrain here that is repeated, that sort of sings out, that they fade out with. Like these albums at this point, I really feel there's a level of just like, okay, we know who we are as a band. We know in terms of we're 7 albums deep. And so much of their earlier catalog was like trying to break new ground and discover who they were. I just feel the past 2 records, like they are confident about the band they're going to be in the future. Like I listen to these records and there's enough consistency that they're like, okay, we've got our spot now. And so many younger bands are chasing this, right? It's that kind of deal where like, they've done a lot of the groundbreaking sort of work in this world, and in an era in which so much of metal's output has been retrospective or nostalgic or regressive.
Yeah, very good point.
They have sort of put their flag down as comfortable in being like, we're not going that direction. That we're coming from a time period where that like a desire to break new into new territory was something that metal bands were trying to do.
Yeah.
And for whatever, they've held to that position in the past, 15 years, in which so much of extreme metal has been trying to recreate magic from the 90s. And there's so little of this content that feels like you can say, this does not, sure, are there shared qualities that you could find from great, death metal bands from the 90s, like we've talked about?
Mhm.
Sure. But like if you put on early Immolation and then Cutting the Throat of God, it's just going to be like a very different thing.
Yeah, very different. Yeah, and they didn't fall prey to the whole the cavernous death metal things going on. Let's make a cavernous death metal album. They didn't jump any trends. They've always kind of kept singularly focused on their sound and bettering their sound and making a more whatever it is that they're trying to do. In the moment.
Yeah. And I just think they're, to their credit, one of the reasons that I do feel following the entirety of their career as a band has been like proven to be so interesting is just it's been a project that's completely swum against the stream of what metal
and of their own they're on their own trip. They're on their own trip.
And here where they are though, still finding greater popularity, right? As opposed to sort of fading into greater obscurity. So it's just an interesting note that I think, to end my commentary on Cutting the Throat of God, that I think they're in a place right now where they're fully formed and fleshed out as a band, and at the same time, more people know them and appreciate them for everything they've done.
Yeah, very good, very good. All right, Logan, what you got?
All right, I guess from a broader, metal scope, like the metal zeitgeist, Ulcerate definitely stuck the landing with Cutting the Throat of God. I mean, they basically follow up with Staring to Death Be Still Part 2, except we're expanding upon certain elements that potentially they found most successful about Staring to Death. To me, there seems like there's more melody, there's more focus on building an atmosphere and creating potentially big moments in this album, and it definitely succeeds in basically the same ways that Staring to Death and Be Still succeeds. And I think the fact that you were reading like the reviews and stuff, and you're quoting like Blabbermouth, I mean, like they've made it to that next the breakthrough, and I think they've stuck the landing.
Great point.
And they're here to stay. I would hope so. And now for me as a fan, I don't know if any of you guys have this issue with bands and releasing subsequent albums. If there's ever a release that you hold in like the highest regard, that you absolutely worship, which by the way, t-shirt change. I wanted to wear this the whole time, that my Stare to Death and Be Still shirt, but I didn't want to absolutely give it away, even though it was obvious that this is my favorite Ulcerate album. But now that I've talked about it, I can wear it proudly, like Jeff is with his, and say that this is my favorite. So I don't know if you guys have this issue where there's an album that you have in such high regard and esteem, and it's like no matter what, the follow-up, it just can't be what you want it to be because there's no following up something like this. Other examples like Bell Witch following up Mirror Reaper. I did not necessarily enjoy that. I don't even remember the name of the album now, but that follow-up. Migwa following up Exercises in Futility. Alcest following up Kodama. There's a whole bunch of examples I can think of where the follow-up, it just doesn't stick to the landing in the same way. And I was initially disappointed by Cutting the Throat of God because I felt like they were trying so hard to be like Staring to Death and Be Still, and but with diminished returns, where the songwriting is just not quite as memorable and it's not hitting quite the same peaks. It's a bit slower. It's a bit more drawn out. It's not necessarily as exciting to me. And that's more of like a first impression. And when we did it on Album Club, it was Jim's pick. He loved it. Great album. And I felt like I was one of the downers of it. I have since grown to really like it a bit more than I did. I think seeing them live, pull this off in the live setting, which this is indeed the tour, as I said, that I saw them on, and most of it was Cutting the Throat of God, definitely helped. And then just revisiting it by itself without the context of the shadow of Staring to Death and Be Still absolutely helped significantly, because there are some phenomenal songs on here that really are some of the best of the catalog. Track 3, Further Opening the Wounds, one of my favorite Ulcerate songs, for sure. Let me see. Yeah, favorite song on the album. It builds stupendously and shows their melodic tone perfectly. And then there's this section at 4 minutes and 30 seconds where the guitar just takes off, and there's this world of blistering technical death metal. And I don't know if this is the part where you're talking about the drum performance, Kellen, that Jamie does, but there's that one section where there's this cool little trade-off, and it catches me every time. It's the coolest point on the album. And yeah, absolutely top tier Ulcerate. And then it concludes perfectly with the final couple minutes. Transfiguration, In and Out of Worlds. It's kind of like a slower build and like the ballad of the album, but I initially did not like this one. But man, the main guitar riff is actually impressive. The melody in it and the way it flows and how slow and burning it is. It's very menacing, very haunting, but it's a slow song that works for sure. And to see Death Just Once, absolutely another highlight Ulcerate song. It kicks in with this really cool double bass drum beat from Jamie, and like these very high elevated guitars. It feels like this world, this very expansive environment, and then the whole band kind of drops in, and very cool track. And once again, I like how it builds and how it kind of envelops on itself at the end. But yeah, to sum up this album, I mean, I think there's really no fault in it. They are going from strength to strength, and kind of they nail it again. They do exactly what they need to do. I think to a certain extent, I'm still not as big of a fan of this one as other releases, but it's still a phenomenal album. For me, I gave it an 8 out of 10. And, the amazing songs are there. The big moments are there. The melodicism is there. And, like, what makes modern day Ulcerate is there. And, I'm just very curious to see what they do next. Like, because this to me seems like another like lateral step where they're not like trying to move forward. It's what Kellen's saying. They're very confident in being this band. Are they going to stay this band, or are they going to continue to try to find something new, which is what they've been, seems like they've been doing this whole career. But now they also have more praise and, adoration than they have at all in their career. So I'm interested to see where they go from here.
I'm gonna also interpret what Logan just said. I'm not as big a fan of this album, but God, they went from strength to strength. This album fucking rules. It's kind of what you said.
Yeah.
Sort of.
But it's not as great as it could be.
Okay. Well, all right. This is my favorite album by them. And the reason it is probably a little bit of recency bias, perhaps. But I think they really nailed the melodic earworminess. There's several songs on this album that I do remember. I seem to really like. As soon as they kicked in when I started listening to it earlier today, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, this, yeah, I know this one right off the top of my head. I do think you're right about one thing, Logan. Seeing them live kind of really does. It opens up a portal. I think I said this at the beginning. It opens up sort of a window into first of all, just the complexity of how all these things intertwine and work. You know what I mean? You guys left on me now. You're like, fuck this guy. He's out of here. Um, um, yeah, I feel like seeing them live really kind of like made me go, okay, this the the machinery of this band live kind of brings into focus what it must be like for them to create the album, the albums that they do. And by that I mean like Mike's very complex. So now we can do this here. I think I got to just do one thing. Hold on. I have to pull this up. Hold on. Should have had this ready while I was listening to you wax poetically there, Logan. I was mesmerized. You're by the way,
I have that effect sometimes.
yeah, you were mesmerized. I was hypnotized. I was hypnotized by what you were saying, and it was like I should have been doing this work, man. But here, I want to show you guys something real quick. There we are, December, November. Okay, where are we at here? Is it them? Hold on. Is that them? No, it's a little earlier. Here we go. All right. I'm just trying to find my pics of them. There's those. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, we go. I got them. All right, so let's see if we can do this. Let's go over here. And here. Oh, here we go. So this is Mike's board. Believe it or not, it's only one board, but there's probably literally, I kid you not. Let me see if I can. I can't do that, or I blow it up too far. So he's using a Marshall 412 cab. I can't remember what this is here, but I think it's a fractal. It's either a fractal or a Helios, but I think it's a fractal, which is the much more expensive one. He's got a preamp or a power amp here, and then he's got this fucking board, man. That I've just never seen these two things. I've never seen them before. He's got a graphic EQ. He's got delays, reverbs, chorusing. He's got this thing is his MIDI processor, which pulls up all those loops that are underneath. Like he's playing a line, but then there's another line playing over there. I forget what these are. These might be synth. I think these are MIDI synth pedals. I can tell you right now, this board right here probably costs $3,000, maybe $4,000 for all the pedals that are on there. This fractal up here is $3,000. I'm pretty sure it's fractal. So yeah, very intricate stuff. I wanted to see. I think there was only one pedal board. I'm pretty sure. Oops. Oh, here's a better one. There we go. Yeah. These things right here, I think are synth modules, I believe. But I'm not entirely sure. He kind of explained it to me, but you can see he's got a tuner in here, obviously, a micro tuner. Yeah, I got to get him on to talk about this thing because I just was like mind blown when he was trying to explain it to me. And I had a couple beers, so I was like, all right, man. That kind of thing. Yeah, I know what that does. I don't know what that does. That kind of thing. I'm going to pretend I know what that does. But the other thing, too, and they didn't get to do it here, which they did in the Underground Arts show, which was they could use a lot of fog, right? But they didn't get to use it here. And I'm not sure if it was because there's only one exit that's easy to get out of. And I think it might have been deemed like a fire hazard if it got too foggy in there. But because here you can see, like, I don't know, like that was Spirit Possession. Now that's them too. God damn it! What the fuck? I think Yeah, there's Paul.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can just do this. Yeah, here we go. This is a cool ass picture. Look at that thing, man. Looks like he's melting into the ceiling, right? But you get a really cool view of the pedal board there. And Jamie's drum setup. Look at these fucking monster bass drums, man.
Right.
I don't know what size they are, but they look like they're oversized. They look like they're 24 or something like that. Did you see anything on that? Does he talk about that in his?
I didn't get him to. I haven't seen an interview where he talks specifically about like the size or individual. I just know that like because he does all the mastering, um, and does the engineering for the band. He's picking out by himself all the drum tones for
Of
them.
course, yeah.
And he talks a lot about how like the way extreme metal drumming and terminology regarding triggers and all that kind of stuff has sort of been misused in terms of how extreme metal drumming is being used today.
I'll have to watch if you find that one. Tell me what channels it's on. I'll check that out.
I'll for sure send it to you.
The other thing to note about the band is that there's another overhead view, but I need to flip it. If I flip that, I could read what the fucking effects pedals are. And he uses cool Ibanez, and I think they're 6 strings, 2, 4. Yeah, they're 6 strings. I had thought that they used 7 strings. Now, he's leaning back, and I'm leaning in a little bit. Me and my big fat ass gut right there, which is going down a little bit. He's very tall. He's got to be like 6'3". But interestingly, Jamie and Paul are both short guys like me. So, I mean, I'm 5'7.5". I lie to all the chicks and say I'm 5'8". It always works every freaking time. Trust me. But Jamie's my size. You know, he's not a big dude. Yeah, so I'm glad I remembered to do that because I was kind of forgetting. I would have forgotten that there. So, yeah, for me, real quick to run through this album. I didn't even really on this one. It was weird. I didn't really get into a lot of details on it. I think by the time I got to this, I was pretty torched from listening to this band. I won't need to go back and listen to this band for a little while now. I'm gonna not lie to you. I probably won't need to go there for a while. But you know, standout tracks for me for sure. Ashen, super killer opener. So that's probably the most memorable Ulcerate track I can think of. Dawn is Hollow. Love the clean, mellow action on this song. The eerie floating vocals over probably one of their longest mellow sections. That one has a real mellow section in it. Other than Omens, it's probably the most atmospheric track they've done lately. Transfiguration, some killer cool moments on this one. As you come to expect between the drum and guitar work. A lot of open string, skipping, chiming. To See Death Just Once, super killer, repetitive, screaming, moaning lick. In this one that's very earwormy. And Undying has some very sad and mournful sections that are super haunting. And when it slows down to a stop around the 3-minute mark from the end, and then suddenly lurches back into the crushing part, it might be my favorite part of the album. Cutting has some of the more straightforward, straight ahead chordal stuff going on. Killer closing track. For me, it's I got to be honest with you. It's a 9.7. It's a 10. It's my favorite album. It's going to be the top one for me. So, yeah, I ran through all this stuff. It said again, an album doesn't have to be memorable for it to be breathtaking and profound. In a way, I'm glad it isn't, because now whenever I put this album on, I'm going back to this guy's thing. It floors me. I think that maybe the one and only major problem I have with Ulcerate, who I truly fear one of the most heavy and uncompromising band in the last 25 years, is that I would truly have a hard time differentiating which song was which from the albums. I mentioned that before. I believe the main reason for this is that listening to Ulcerate is honestly an exhausting process, in that you really have to pay attention to the interplay and dynamics of all the complex stuff that's going on. And I mean that in a good way. I don't mean that in a bad way. I normally just can't listen to an Ulcerate CD over and over and over and memorize it through repetition, because it's a physically exhausting process to do that. Sounds kind of like negative, but I don't mean it in that way. It's more of a positive. Killer band that always delivers something emotionally and viscerally intense and crushing every single time. So there you go. That's kind of my final thing. Before we do our rankings real quick, do we have any final thoughts?
Was this your 10 out of 10, Jeff? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
a little all over the place for that.
Yeah.
But nice.
Any final thoughts you want to tie up things,
I
Kellen?
mean, I don't have any big thought. I just think it's cool for a band that is this meticulous in terms of the songwriting as a three piece, that there was always a mission for them to play it live.
Yeah, really. Yes.
I that they, we've kind of talked a lot about like their sort of DIY and just sort of there's a lot of they handle the mastering, so much of the producing, the artwork, etc. But like it was also a band that in an era where there was the more avant-garde stuff really kind of feel like it lived in the studio and it made it to a record, but it wasn't something
Right.
that just was going to show up to your hometown. And they were always a band like, no, we're a death metal band. We're like coming on the road and we're going to play. It still feels a little bit like a more traditional metal band in that regard, despite all their sort of groundbreaking sort of work. In that sense, it feels kind of old school. It's like the one thing about them is like, I don't care, no matter how complicated this gets, we need to be able to play it, the three of us, to our fans. And I think that's a cool way, like to kind of hold to that as a sort of a mission. No matter whatever writing, we have to find a way to play it live.
One thing I noted, I don't know if you took notice of this, Kellen, but as we all describe these albums, we all kind of heard this stuff quite a bit differently, I think. It seemed to me that we weren't in consensus all the way around on every album.
I think our rankings are all going to be different when we
Be
get
interesting.
to that.
Yeah, we're almost there. So, Logan, what's your final thoughts? Any final thoughts?
I mean, this band is just impressive to me in that, like what everyone has said, they have pushed death metal and their sound into new territory, regardless of what's going on in the metal sphere and what other death metal bands are doing. They stay true to themselves, and to me, are trying to craft dense technical music, but change with it, and not just writing dense technical stuff for the sake of it. Like it's not like they're trying to recreate Obscura over and over again. There's a purpose and a intent to what they're writing, and I think even on like albums such as Everything Is Fire, there was a focus on songwriting, and I don't think they've lost that focus. Even on the albums that I'm not as big on, there's still memorable songs and hooky moments that I don't think any other band could have created. So Ulcerate, yeah.
Would you agree that, let's compare them to some of their sort of contemporaries in brutal death tech, right? Would you agree that a lot of those bands, I'll just name the two big ones that I know off the top of my head, or three maybe, I definitely wouldn't put Gorguts or Immolation in there, but wouldn't you agree that like a lot of these bands just sort of churn out the same album all the time? Like for example, Cryptopsy. I love those guys, but nothing about them. Their albums sounds different to me the whole way throughout. And Defeated Sanity. I don't get it. It's not. They sound the same to me all the way throughout. Even later Suffo kind of sounds the same in a lot of ways.
Honestly, with Suffocation, as soon as you get to like Despise the Sun and stuff, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Which right. I love Suffocation all the way through. But no. The fact to me that Ulcerate has like two high points, and it's like at the beginning of the career and in the latter portion of their career. They're growing as a band and trying to push themselves compositionally in a way that really has a hunger for just making memorable music, and not just being in a comfortable space. And Yeah, I admire them so much as musicians, and you guys have already talked about seeing them in the live environment. 3 guys pulling off this dense sound live, it boggles the mind, you know. And you
Yeah.
got the one dude who's so tall, he's like the guy from
He's like
Twin
Lurch.
Peaks. Yeah,
He's
or
like Lurch. Yeah.
So
All
it's
right. So
impressive.
sorry.
Is there any band that's currently going that you would compare to Ulcerate besides maybe like Convulsing or something like that? Like they are still in a world of their own, in my opinion.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, especially in what their sound is. I mean, convulsing definitely. I'm sure Brendan, being from that scene, is kind of. Although he's Australia, I don't think he's New Zealand.
Mhm.
They kind of. Yeah. There's some similarities there, but
There's that band Ad Nauseum, I think
yeah,
from
I don't
Italy.
know them. That's one I
Oh,
didn't check out. So
Imperative Imperceptible Impulse. Check out that album
all right.
if you get the chance.
All right, let's jump through our ranking real quick. Kellen, what you got for number 8?
I mean, we're going with the coming genocide. The demo collection will probably be one bottom for me.
Okay, how about you, Logan? All right.
I'll go and put that there. I only ranked the studio
Yeah,
stuff.
I think
but
this is
yeah,
gonna be our only point of commonality. Probably,
yeah.
I'm in the same boat. So, Kellen, number 7.
Fracture Failure.
Okay, Logan.
Shrines of Paralysis.
Okay, I went fracture and failure too. Number 6. Logan. I'm sorry, Kellen.
Vermis.
Ooh, okay, interesting. All right, Logan.
Vermis.
Okay, I got Shrines of Paralysis down there. That's the one I've struggled with, other than the first two, the most. So, number 5, Kellen. Gets hard here.
It really does.
He's going cutting. I can see.
Oh, it could be Staring to Death. I don't know.
Yeah, that for me. Yeah, those are the two. I'll say shrines. I'll say shrines.
Oh,
Okay. How about you, number 5, Logan?
Cutting.
Cutting. Okay.
Yep, Cutting the Throat of God. Number 5.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Number 5 for me. I really dig this album, but I just feel that the 4 above it are stronger. Everything is Fire, which I know is not going to be you two guys. So, all right, Kellen.
Staring to Death.
Number 4, Staring to Death. Okay. Logan, number 4.
Fracture and Failure. I'm surprised.
Wow.
Yeah, I really love listening to this one.
That's cool, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4 for me, The Destroyers of All. Kellen, number 3.
Cutting.
Okay. Logan.
The Destroyers of All at number 3.
Number 3. Okay. I got Stare at Death and Be Still. So we are pretty off the whole way throughout.
Yeah.
So Logan, I'm sorry, Kellen, number 2.
Destroyers.
Logan.
Everything is Fire, number 2.
Wow, look at you, man.
Yeah.
You just want to be edgelordy, man. And
I'm
pick
sure,
the
you
early
know,
stuff. That's all it is. Man.
Well, wait till the number 1, but yeah.
All right, number 2 for me is Vermis. Number 2 is Vermis. So what's that leave for Kellen for number 1? Everything is Fire.
Everything
is Fire.
Yeah. And Logan, you are
Staring to Death and Be Still.
And I am recency bias boy, and I go Cutting the Throat of God. Yeah. So, which actually is my
I'm just impressed how different the ranking was. I was not expecting it to be that.
Well, and that's lends itself
varied.
to an hour ago. I was like, man, we're hearing different things in these albums, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, we're all not going, Hall of the Mountain King, it's the greatest Sabotage. Yeah, I agree too. We're all coming from a different spot here on it, which is pretty badass. So,
I mean, those top 5 for me, for me, Everything is Fire will always. I mean, that's the one that I have strong feelings about. But the next 4
could switch around.
Yeah, I have a really difficult time in terms of, especially because I didn't going into this did not think that Shrines would be that high up for me, and it definitely like crept up there. So
that was one that revisiting this stuff kind of gave you a new lease on a new outlook.
Yeah, it was like, man, I think it's difficult. It's in so many ways, I think Staring to Death is a better record. But Shrines is a little bit more like, because it's a surprise. I don't know. I go back and forth between those two.
Felt like you had to go higher with it then, huh? Yeah, I mean, look, this is a band with a pretty complex and very dense catalog. And it's not a band that I'm going to reach for a lot or that often because of that reason, because it really is something I want to focus on and kind of be tuned into. And a lot of my listening sometimes isn't that way. Now, if I'm in the car going to a show, I can really kind of hyper focus, with the exception of dealing with the traffic, because I'm one of those aggro drivers that's yelling at every driver on the road all the time. I know you're shocked by that, right? Motherfucker, cut me off. Fuck you, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I used to be that way very badly. I've matured ever so slightly, just a little. I just yell, "Your mother sucks cocks in hell." But anyway, never mind. But yeah, it's a really dense band. I will say this. There's a part of me that kind of wants them to do like some kind of a disco EBM album now to just really fuck with everybody. But I know that would be like, oh man, that's really fucked up. Like, why'd you do that? Why'd you do me like that, Jamie? Come on, Jamie. Why you do me like that, man? But Kellen, we got to get you out to see this band live, though, man. It's kind of imperative.
Yeah, then there was when they came to play, they've been in like major cities in the course of the week, and I have not put it together. Last time they were come by Chicago, and that was the closest one to me.
Oof.
How far is the drive?
It's about an 8-hour drive.
Yeah, would you fly to something like that, or no? You think?
It's just like, this is a band that, I mean, there are a couple of bands that I feel I'm of this generation, right? Mm-hmm. Like I'm all around their age, right. So they all grew up on the same metal records that I did. They kind of came into their own. So I feel like I've followed them the entire time.
Yeah, you've been there since the early days of the
So like they're like a really crucial band for me. So I definitely need to see them now that they've been able to tour the States and they're going more places. Like, it's gonna happen, but like, it's inexcusable at this point that I haven't seen them. So
yeah, they're a little bit slightly older than you. I mean, aren't you what, 37, 38?
I am 41.
You turned 40. What the fuck happened, dude? I swear you were like, I swear you were like 33 when we started this.
Yeah.
Not the stream tonight. You were 33 is what I mean.
I'll be 42 in November.
Damn, you are the exact same age then. Shit. Look at you, old man. You're creeping up on the real old man here. Yeah. I know. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, yeah, you you're right there in the in that zone.
Right.
And I have a lot of those similar influences, which is cool. So let's see. September 12th. I'm sorry, September 4th. Just real quick. You guys got anything happening other than obviously Album Club on Heavy Metal? You got anything going on your own things?
Do not. No.
Not currently. Yep. Album Club next Wednesday.
We got
Baroness, the Red Album.
That's right. You picked Baroness. That's right. Yeah. I know Marty.
How it goes.
I could tell Marty was super excited about that. Yeah. He just loves your bent. He loves your bent for sludge, man. He just fucking loves it, right?
I haven't let it go, man. Sludge comes up every couple months, unfortunately, or
Did you do a Thou record yet? Is that
no?
Next? Okay,
that could be. That could
coming next.
Good idea, Jeff. I'll slot that.
Did you see this, Kellen? I don't know if you saw this. Look what I picked up in Philly on Rush on Sunday. Look at this bad boy.
Oh my goodness.
Found this.
Is that some death metal right there? What is that?
No, Apollo Ra Pariah. You know this, don't you, Kellen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found this as a blind, a wilding. Now it is the reissue, of
Oh,
course,
okay.
but I think this was limited to only like I don't know 1,500 albums. Look at that, even comes with that bad boy. Look at that bad Larry right there, huh? Only thing it's bummer about this is it's not signed, man.
Look at those gents.
Oh man, like look at the singer in the middle. Yeah, okay. It does come with a killer poster of the album artwork, a lyric sheet in there as well, and look at that bad boy. And then it is the Halloween colors, the cream dreamsicle, pretty badass. Yeah, I couldn't believe I ran across that. I got that, and you'd be proud of me, man. I got Marvin Gaye's.
Oh,
Got right here. Got this one here.
oh yeah, a
OG.
classic.
An OG.
Classic.
And Talking Book, which is up there on the record player.
Oh yeah, man.
OG. Not the Braille version though.
Okay,
So
that's I like that record a lot. It's a pretty interesting
pretty killer
time
haul.
well, just a weird part of his career.
Yeah. So that was my haul from Sit and Spin Records, by the way, in Philly. If you ever get to Philly with us to come out and visit Rick and I, either of you guys, we got to go to Sit and Spin. Colin is really cool, and he's always got some great stuff in there. Man, he had a Morbid Tales OG in there that I was salivating over, but man, I didn't want to drop 250 bills on it.
Yeah,
but he gets some more approachable shit that you can have. So, all right, upcoming things on my channel. Quick, the 4th of September, I've got ambient / found sound / guitar microtonal artist Dirk Series, better known as Fear Falls Burning or Vidna Obmana, which means optical illusion in whatever language it was in. Very interesting guy. Worked with my buddy Stephen Wilson on a couple projects. Continuum Recycling, some of his Relapse albums, Dirks. And you know this one?
No,
Tokyo Blade? British heavy
I don't know that one. I mean, I know the band, but
Combat, man, super. I got a Combat original pressing. Only bad thing about was they did not send the original inner sleeves, but I got it for a steal. So, also then on September 12th, my buddy Dane and I, you guys are both gonna love this. Well, I think Logan, you're probably a bit of a fan, but Kellen, I don't know. Maybe the early stuff, maybe. But Dane and I are gonna be tackling the exhaustingly wankerish catalog of Dream Theater, the first 8 albums.
Boo.
With an EP in there. Hey, fuck you guys. I love the first couple of albums by Dream Theater. Later stuff I do get kind of although I think the return of Mike Portnoy was a pretty heavy album. It's pretty good. And James actually had surgery on his vocals and doesn't sound like Mickey Mouse anymore. So but yeah, those are the planned things. And then at the end of the month in September, I'm going to have this guy, Franz DeWarden. He's a found sound experimental music guy. There looks to be a couple other things in there. Probably going to talk to Greg Anderson. Is it Greg Anderson? Jeez, I'm getting tired. Greg Anderson from Autopsy.
No, Greg Wilkinson.
Wilkinson. Sorry, Greg.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, Greg Wilkinson.
There's a couple Gregs.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Static Abyss. Probably even talk a little bit about Deathgrave. And there's
New
2 or 3
Deathgrave is
other.
good.
What's that?
The new Deathgrave is great.
Yeah. I think there's a couple other things I'm working on. Some cool ones that if I can make them happen. I'm going to reach out to the Ulcerate guys and send this along and say, hey, guys, when you need something to help you fall asleep, check this thing out. 4 hours of us nerding out. Well, now actually we're at 4:23, 4.5 hours. So
if you're able to I haven't seen Mike give an interview, so I would be super curious to get it sit down, especially as a guitarist. What you would have to say.
Yeah. We seem to have we had a little kismetry there that when we were talking. but he may, I don't know. I'll find out. I'll approach Jamie first and see what his story is, and then if not, maybe hit up Mike. I know one thing: they're not going to sit for a 2-hour interview, though. I'm 99% sure of that. So, and by the way, go check out the recent interviews. Colin Marston, that was a fun one. Colin's great, love that guy, and also Tor Helga Shea from Holistic, man. I love that Holistic album, man. I'm totally jonesing that album right now.
I still need to check that out. I saw you guys talking about
The
it.
guy from Manas, I think it is. And I think that's it. Thanks again to Robert Lowe and his wife Nita for the Disciple of Doom coffee mug, and going to see Funebrarum in, I don't know, about 18 hours, something like that. So I'll be talking to my boy Phil Tuga, and yeah, I think that's. I don't know how many shows they've ever played in the States, but not a lot, and not in a long time. And that Funebrarum album, what's your take on it?
I like it.
One of the best death metal albums of the year.
Man, I think it's fucking hellishly
awesome.
Killer, man. Yeah, that one, it's up there in my top 5 for the year end, no doubt. So. All right, boys, are we done?
I think we did it.
We're good.
I want to thank you guys both for joining me, because I know it's a slog. I swear to God, I thought we were going to get this done in 3 hours, but we.
Surprise. It's all good.
Yeah, we made it before 2. I'll take that as a victory.
Take that as a victory. One last thing. I know Kellen's like, oh, Jesus Christ, not again. One last thing I forgot. Jimmy and I and Eric Berger are going to wrap up the Edge of Sanity catalog sometime this month. I just don't know when. So I got to get that one out off the plate. So, yeah. All right. Hang on, boys. Everybody that hung out with us all night. We did have like 25 people at one point in time, which is
all right.
So, all right. Hang on.